Realme 10 Pro Series 5G. Display new vision.
On this morning's weather forecast, get ready for some wondrous sun showers. Have a magical day.
Realme 10 Pro 5G. Display new vision. Realme, dare to leap. Realme 10 Pro Series 5G. Display new vision.
On this morning's weather forecast, get ready for some wondrous sun showers. Have a magical day.
Realme 10 Pro 5G. Display new vision. Realme, dare to leap. Realme 10 Pro Series 5G. Display new vision.
On this morning's weather forecast, get ready for some wondrous sun showers. Have a magical day.
Realme 10 Pro 5G. Display new vision. Realme, dare to leap. Realme 10 Pro Series 5G. Display new vision.
On this morning's weather forecast, get ready for some wondrous sun showers. Have a magical day.
Realme 10 Pro 5G. Display new vision. Realme, dare to leap. Realme 10 Pro Series 5G. Display new vision.
On this morning's weather forecast, get ready for some wondrous sun showers. Have a magical day.
Realme 10 Pro 5G. Display new vision. Realme, dare to leap. Realme 10 Pro Series 5G. Display new vision.
On this morning's weather forecast, get ready for some wondrous sun showers. Have a magical day.
Realme 10 Pro 5G. Display new vision. Realme, dare to leap. Realme 10 Pro Series 5G. Display new vision.
On this morning's weather forecast, get ready for some wondrous sun showers. Have a magical day.
Realme 10 Pro 5G. Display new vision. Realme, dare to leap. Realme 10 Pro Series 5G. Display new vision.
On this morning's weather forecast, get ready for some wondrous sun showers. Have a magical day.
Realme 10 Pro 5G. Display new vision. Realme, dare to leap.
Pero wait lang, top lane natin, baka delikado yata.
Delikado na naman talaga. Feather Airstrike ay naikasa. Tapos nandun sa may bandang likuran si Brace para makatakas. Kasi yung problema, yung Sway Esports na yung bumabaliktad. They're swaying things in their favor. Break even, still alive, barely breathing. Sana nandun naman sa bandang kabila. Kaso si Brisk, sabi niya, gusto ko pa, dugo pa. Gusto ko pang atakin yung iba sa mga members ng Sway Esports.
Si
Kasi
Ian!
nagiging problema dito kay Ian. Si Ian, na ginamitan ng Feather Airstrike at babagsak na yan. Si Shaibel naman. Anong Jezebel? It's my turn. It's Shaibel's turn. At ngayon, yung top lane inhibitor na babagsak nila, si FaZe, ay posibleng mag-phase out. Yung depensa ng Sway ay mukhang mag-fade out. Si Shaibel at si Uzik ay makukuha game number 1.
Archives, locker room, at ginamit na ang rough waves.
Oh, wild charge na gamit na rin kasi yung knock-up na naman ni Break Even ay mag-tear into pieces na naman. Meanwhile, Ryu ni Virus Passion ay talagang tinamaan niya yung bato. Face dito, nagwawala na rin. Si Uzik naghahanap ng paraan para makatakas sa laban na to kasi si Ryu and si Face. Face, Ryu, anong gagawin mo? Si Uzik na naman ang panakap. Mukhang deads na nga ito. It's Ryu and Face na combo duo. Alaga lang kung ang laga. Meanwhile, at dito na naman yung pag-ataka na ginagamit ng mga sakadal.
Oy, na-silence, hindi makakatakas yung
Oy!
mga pasok pa rin ito kay Aspect sa mga panang-kill. Para sa kanya, dahil gonna be inchi down.
3v4, kasama yung Lord. Nandito ngayon umaatake sila si Kael. Medyo nagpo-forward. Pero tingnan mo si Kenji sa matalihuran. Nagpo-push na talaga siya. Si Aspect tumulong na rin. At mukhang sa tulong ng Lock Base, Demon King secure the series via sweep. Baba.
Kaya namin kinuha to kasi ganito. Tempest of Blades, hindi umabot para makapag-retry. Ningat-ngat agad dun sa likuran. Tesu would fall down. Makulit. Natakot.
Oy.
Yun! Minatak! Narinig ka na. Inisip mo pa lang.
Iisip ko pala.
And another clean series para sa ating ikatlong serye.
Sila yata ang magre-wrecking ball. Sila yata ang magpa-party in the USA. The climb is real. Ginagawa na naman nila lahat ng kanilang makakaya. Totoo nga, the Miley's Iris buff will go into the hands of C4 as they take game number 1. causing the durability. Pero doon yung numinabas na tama. Doon sa tatlo. Good. Heavy spin na nagmula dito kay Palos. And so far, Pawi being able to escape. Gagamit sana siya ng Yin-Yang overturn pero hindi niya na makakomit yun. It's a roamer for an Expinator. Z4 Pegaxy still holding the lead. Standing tall ang mga members ng Z4 Pegaxy.
Coming in, nasa-snipe. Oh, tingnan mo yung damage na yun. And a beautiful coming in from your back.
Esports Pro kanina.
Oo.
Pero sa isang iglap na wala lahat ng control nila, it was in the end AP Esports who took it. Well done.
Has passed, but the games are just getting more intense. Welcome to where legends are born. RMC Season 7, presented and organized by the number one smartphone brand in the Philippines for 2 consecutive years and as recognized by IDC and Canalys Real Me. My name is OSX and with me is Burrito, and together let's get on the action for week 6. But did you know today we will be having a very interesting Taglish broadcast, and you'll get to know why later. Because right now, Burrito, I know you just came from California. How are you?
I was born. Joke lang. Alam ko, excited na kayo guys because RMC Season 7 is top with a whopping prize pool of 1 million pesos. Grabe yun. And the grand champion will receive 400,000 plus 150,000 worth of Realme devices. The first runner-up will receive 150,000 pesos plus 50,000 worth of Realme devices. And to those who are watching, huwag kayong mag-alala, may surprises in store para sa inyo. Sa mga ka-squad natin na nanonood ngayon, when you share all the RMC Season 7 live stream with a hashtag RMC Season 7, hashtag WeekMakeLegends, hashtag DareToLeap, up until the grand finals, magkakaroon kayo ng chance ang manalo ng smartphone or of course MLB Bidaya. Sino ba naman ang hindi gusto niyan? Of course, di ba? Nanood na kayo at umantabay ka lang, may chance ka pa na manalo ng mga papremyo.
Just to make sure to follow Realme PH and make sure that your post is set to public. Baka mamaya naka-private yan. Para kung sa ibang post yan.
And syempre, RMC Season 7 would like to thank Logitech G, global leader in providing high-quality gaming gears such as gaming mouse, keyboards, and headset na meron kami, di ba? And check nyo na rin yung official stores ng Lazada and Shopee. Get yours now and hashtag keep playing.
And are you looking for quality esports jerseys and apparel? Check out Hybrid Philippines high-quality jerseys on-time delivery with no minimum order.
And of course, Panther Gaming, your reliable gaming chair ally.
So now let's have a quick recap of last week's match, Burrito. I know you had a good vacation in North America. So now we're back with our matches to give you an update. So match 1, by default, Archives Locker Room is now 2 points versus Sway Esports. And match 2, coming up right up next, is the Demon Kings versus Calibre or Calibre Esports. Next we have Gearhawks Esports or GHXR versus Elite Esports. Malapitan na lang ang laban din. No? And of course, the ones on top of our charts is Z4 Pegaxy versus Lazy Idols. We have match number 5 for G Esports Pro versus AP Esports. 2-0 ang match 5 right now. So, nagkaroon din ng konting disqualification right now, Burrito, on the first match of the day.
Yeah, actually, ang nangyari ay very unfortunate, no? But still, susundin natin yung rules and mechanics ng ating tournament and magdidisqualify ng Calibre Esports against Archive. So, automatically, magkakaroon na kagad ng 3 points ang Archive locker room. But yeah, hindi pa naman huli ang lahat para sa Calibre Esports. May mga games pa naman sila bukas, meron pa silang laro at sa next week, next Monday, magkakaroon uli sila ng mga laro.
Grabe no, time flies so fast. Tapos tayo sa regular season.
Bilis,
ng RMC.
no?
Season 7.
Sobra, grabe. Nakaka-excite and of course, syempre, abangan nyo lang yung mga susunod nating laban at sa pagbabalik namin, patutunghayan na natin ang bakbakan sa pagitan ng ating mga kupunan.
Okay, don't go anywhere, squad. Magbabalik kami. I'm Wasek. This is Burrito. We'll take a quick break, and this is RMC Season 7.
Realme 10 Pro Series 5G. Display new vision.
On this morning's weather forecast, get ready for some wondrous sun showers. Have a magical day.
Realme 10 Pro 5G. Display new vision. Realme, dare to leap. Realme 10 Pro Series 5G. Display new vision.
On this morning's weather forecast, get ready for some wondrous sun showers. Have a magical day.
Realme 10 Pro 5G. Display new vision. Realme, dare to leap. Realme 10 Pro Series 5G. Display new vision.
On this morning's weather forecast, get ready for some wondrous sun showers. Have a magical day.
Realme 10 Pro 5G. Display new vision. Realme, dare to leap. Realme 10 Pro Series 5G. Display new vision.
On this morning's weather forecast, get ready for some wondrous sun showers. Have a magical day.
Realme 10 Pro 5G. Display new vision. Realme, dare to leap. Realme 10 Pro Series 5G. Display new vision.
On this morning's weather forecast, get ready for some wondrous sun showers. Have a magical day.
Realme 10 Pro 5G. Display new vision. Realme, dare to leap. Realme 10 Pro Series 5G. Display new vision.
On this morning's weather forecast, get ready for some wondrous sun showers. Have a magical day.
Realme 10 Pro 5G. Display new vision. Realme, dare to leap. Realme 10 Pro Series 5G. Display new vision.
What's up, squad? Welcome back here in the RMC Season 7. Now, I'm sure you're wondering why we've been speaking like this. We have a very special treat for you guys. Welcome to the desk here. It is nice to, of course, Rockart here. And welcome, man. Is it your first RMC cast?
It's my first RMC cast.
It is!
Yeah, I'm happy
Alright.
to be here, man. And it was funny because when I showed up, everybody started speaking English. So I had at first I thought, well, are they going to make me speak Filipino? I don't know if people
I wanted
got a
to.
glimpse of that.
I
Well,
wanted to, but
Kinda cool.
yeah, I'm pretty sure
But
you
this
can.
is English.
Yes.
No, I'm joking.
So yeah, and that's gonna be it basically. We'll try to do Taglish as much as we can, obviously, because tropa tayo and everything. But yes, because tropa tayo and we're a squad, we gotta let's just go ahead and have some fun here with these games today. First series for today, obviously, it was unfortunate that we could not see that. I feel like they needed it, right? I think. It's just sad because we had a DQ. I mean, they can show up. So we're heading into our second series. It's going to be GHXR Gearhawks Red, obviously, versus, I believe it's Sway. Sway Esports here today. All right.
Sway. And it's a good point you said that because you guys, I believe, RMC Season 7, you're in Week 6 at this point, right? I've been watching here and there. To be honest, I've been watching here and there. Try to keep up. There are so many things to keep an eye on, I feel like, especially, with this. But I love kind of the competitive nature that RMC has developed. Even before the previous season, that was my first experience to RMC, by the way, because, Sona, he and OSX both invited me out.
Oh, yeah.
So,
okay,
I was
remember
there.
that. Yeah,
Season 6. I think that was the grand finals, if I remember right.
That's right. I think we were in SMX.
SMX,
right? Yeah, there you go.
I got to see everyone, and that's when I was like, wow, this is, it took me by surprise, actually. So, now seeing where we are at this point, now I can say we because I'm here, right? So, now that I can say that, it's amazing to see, exactly what has been accomplished here and even more exciting for the teams going head-to-head. But like you mentioned, we unfortunately didn't get to see that first matchup because of the DQ. Unfortunate for them, but now, we get to focus on the second series of the day.
That's right. So these two teams right now, I looked at the scoreboards, and I believe that they are around number 6 and number 7 right now, respectively. So this should be interesting. Obviously, points are very important coming into the series. I believe we have like 3 more game days after this one. So tomorrow, then there are 2 days. I think
later on in
the weeks in around May. So this should be interesting. And the points are actually relatively close. I believe there are also 4 points, both of these
between
teams.
these two teams.
And the number 7, number 8, I believe, are around 3 and 2 points. So it can still be anyone's game. So no one's actually eliminated as of yet.
So it's working the same way, right? Like when playoffs come, you've got 2 teams bowing out.
That's
right.
true.
So you have
yeah.
8 advance into the playoffs. So we know how this is, man. You know, and how tight the point system can be, and teams knocking out. That's why, even though you mentioned they, the first series they needed those points, because when it gets that close, anything can happen. At this point, and I would be surprised to say too, in terms of like meta and picks. There's been, I feel like things are set in if you're watching a lot of, different MLBB all over the world, by the way, but there's also like surprises, and I can't wait to see like, again, if some of those surprises do come, out of here already. It's week 6. You got a couple days left after this. Everybody fighting for points pretty much at this point.
Yeah, I feel like I would like to see a Bruno again, and maybe this time I hope it works. Yeah. Maybe, knocking on wood or something. I don't know.
On wood.
Is it wood? I don't know.
I think
it doesn't feel like wood, but yeah, it is wood.
It's a quality desk.
And Edith is actually a pretty good pick that I've been seeing, that I'm hoping that does come up here in this series as well.
What about Badang?
You know what? RG boys would agree. I would love to see a Badang, and in other regions, in other MBL regions, actually, they do pick that up as well.
They throw them in like the XP lane, I think.
Yeah.
Mostly,
Especially the people I've been beating up in ranked games. What's up? Shout out to you guys. Guys who use Badang, nice try. I kind of feel a little challenged, but but yeah, it's actually a pick out there. It's a good pick out there. Aside from Zilong, obviously, because you got to get those Zilongs.
And like I think, I don't know if it's like a joke or something, but I've been seeing so many mid Aldous picks. Maybe that's my fault. The rank that I'm in.
Mid Aldous is a joke, and I don't know what Burrito's doing. He's been having a fun time with that right now.
Burrito, he's been having a fun time with that, and that's become like a thing. But then, as soon as the joke started, I was like, what is going on?
People are picking up on it.
Yeah, what is this effect that Burrito has happened? Because I've had multiple games now where literally I've been pushed out of the lane, Gord main, by the way, for Aldous. Aldous in the mid lane. So, but it ends up working. I don't know how. I don't know what Burrito's done or whoever started it, but it works.
Shout out to Renmar, by the way. I think he made a long post about
Renmar,
that. Man, he is so mad. But yes, I don't know if we're gonna see that here, but I'm definitely excited to see innovation, because if ever there was innovation to come out in the MLBB recently, mostly it's been starting out in the amateur scene.
Yeah, I think now. You could say that is, it's honestly the amateur scene is where a lot of that, even, I gotta say, the Philippine amateur scene is different.
Yes.
It's like, the amateur scene here in the Philippines, it hits different, guys.
Hashtag we make legends, bro.
We make legends, man. And I have had the pleasure of casting other regions, as well. And I will say that, yeah, these amateur teams, man, in the Philippines, they have a different kind of playstyle to them that really emulates, even the professional scene. But then when they pull out those interesting picks or they start something new, they're able to utilize it. And then it's actually sometimes the other regions who have these professional leagues and stuff looking at the Philippine amateur scene, be like, what are they doing?
What are they doing? What are these guys up to? Exactly, right? And they do just really well at them. And at some points, it actually does go into the professional scene, right?
Yeah.
I think we've seen Leslie start off in amateur scenes in the past few months, and we did see it get picked up in pro play as well. So that this is the fun thing. This is the reason why you guys should also keep watching streams like these, because you never know what's gonna pop up.
And can I just say, maybe this is the it's RMC where we see some of those spicier picks coming out, like the mid lane. I've been hoping for Gord to pop up, and I know,
I don't know, man, the Gord.
No, I know. People might doubt it and whatnot, but even going back, right? Z4 is going to be playing later today, and I even saw, there was a post. This was a couple weeks back where Zapnu even mentioned hey, looking for a Gord player. I don't know what that's going to mean.
I tagged you there. I don't know if you saw that, but I did tag you there. So anyway, we'll get into Gord maybe later on, or maybe it'll pop up here in the draft pick for game number 1. So Sway and GHXR, as I mentioned, are around 6 to 7, 5th or 6th place right now. I think 7 is different, so I'll have to double check that on my stats. But yes, so I think that it's interesting because it's, in the pro scene, we barely see Ling.
Yes.
Actually, I saw Ling yesterday.
Yeah.
It was pretty common. So these are things that we'll have to think about. And obviously, GHXR is... wait, hold on, let me double check the...
While you check that,
standings.
you know, I going back to that again, the fact that Ling is popping up yesterday and, you know, you have Bruno, like you mentioned.
Yep.
This is, again, teams make it work, sometimes they don't. But at least they're trying something new. I know a lot of people have kind of fallen on the fact that, you know, when a meta is set, they want to eventually see different things.
Yep.
And, you know, this is where you fortunately get to see a lot of that. So already as we get through the bans, though, this is nothing, you know, against what we're used to seeing so far.
Absolutely. Obviously, we still want to see those Valentina first picks pop up.
Do we, though?
But... But you know what's funny? I'll kind of ease you in here. So a lot of teams here, they love those marksman first rotations.
Yeah,
they want to secure that Melissa. They love securing those Wans, which is unfortunately obviously banned right now. But Beatrix has been like the middle ground. Like if you can't get the Melissa, you know what? I like me some Beatrix.
Yeah.
And there have been some really, really good Beatrix players popping up here recently.
The thing is if you know, with these priority options for the marksman picks, if that's something that's happening, and again, I feel like it's more just like, this is our comfort. You know, we're going to go with that. You can already see, too, another highly picked hero. The Khans are going to be tanked out. So this could lean towards what you're saying. You know, let's go ahead and pick up our marksman first pick and then see how that answers on the swing back. But depending on this last ban here, something that I have continuously seen, man, is this strength or the value of like XP laners. So I get wanting to like prioritize a, you know, gold lane option, a marksman pick, but even the XP lane, you know, often we see like Arlots, Lapu Lapu picked up.
Huge, and Glue is open, by the way. I don't know if they're gonna pick that up.
Possible too.
Right here, right? I mean, if you give away a Joy, what's the value? You gotta get good value, and normally that is in form of a Glue. Again, Valentina. I think I saw that, right? When we saw the Faramis banned out, I think this team wants to pick up a Glue. And maybe that's what GHXR were thinking, so that's why they didn't ban it out.
The thing I love about this, though, is like, Joy is, you know, naturally you're like, all right, it's going to the XP lane, but that's not necessarily so.
Let's go first pick. See what I'm talking about.
I love it. This is the spiciness we want to see, right? Mozkov, Kufra I get, you know, in the first phase, but Mozkov taken up right away. Again, I love Mozkov because he's pretty much like glass cannon as it gets for the most part. Like, you just want that super fast attack speed to let loose, and hopefully, you know, you're allowed to do that. But already too, on that response, like we mentioned, Arla. So this kind of tells us where possibly Joy is going.
Yeah, that's it.
We don't want to take it completely, you know.
Jungle.
We don't want to say jungle
90%. I guess
I would say
90% there. Right?
I would say 90.
But
90.
you can never really tell. Again, innovation just happens here in RMC. So mid-joy.
Maybe I don't know. We've seen it before.
It's happened, right? It's happened. So Lancelot, there you go. So the jungle pick here definitely is going to be for GHXR, but. Yeah, not much room for flex here on the right side for sure. So thinking about banning out these roam heroes might be the play for GHXR. And again, XP lane is still pretty much open. They even have Glue open yet. I don't know why people... Or is that Glue on the right? I think Glue's on the right, band.
I would say that...
I could not see the logo.
Yeah.
It's a little zoomed in.
I was going to say, it's a little zoomed in.
All right.
We'll just assume it's a blob.
It's a blob, yes. Yes, sir. Jungle bans are actually the priority here for GHS. So I don't blame them. I would love to see more jungle bans. Actually, there's possibly one more jungle ban could actually cripple Sway. But again, you can flex that Joy up there.
That's what I'm thinking, you know. Like, you expend your bans towards the jungle. But hey, you know, and if the Arlot wasn't locked in, you would think, well, maybe even Fredron goes in the XP lane. Like, we've seen that before, right?
That's true.
But I'm not going to count out the fact that Joy is still possibly parked in the mid lane, possibly parked in the jungle here. But already, like, with what GHXR has, man, that is a tongue twister. GHXR.
Gearhawks.
Gearhawks.
Gearhawks Red. Yeah, that's what they do. Gearhawks.
They're pretty much like, they're in a good position, right? All they need is that mid lane. They need that good burst damage. Farce is still open, by the way, I believe.
Why is Farce open?
Yep,
That's
Farce
oh
is
my
open.
god,
and the Eve, I believe.
these are huge ways to actually counter out Moscov's and even Beatrix's. So I'm not sure why those are open, but I'm sure one of them is going to get picked up right now here.
There's a
Farsa might be good.
Yeah, I think if you're if you're Gearhawks, you go ahead and select or lock in your mid lane.
Yeah.
Farsa is probably the biggest one that I would just say like go for.
See what I'm talking
This
about?
is why we're here, man.
This is why we're here. Esmeralda.
You know,
they think differently, right? It's a huge. It's like 9 day. It's 9 day, man. I tell you.
Hey, there's nothing wrong with Esmeralda. I feel like she kind of fell off a little bit, but she still essentially does what she has to do.
Actually, was buffed.
She was buffed,
recently,
but like she is pressure for most of those team fights, and the fact too that she can just kind of pop into your back lane, and then you have to deal with her, and she's has such. There's the Farsa, by the way.
Oh my god!
So I want to see how this Esmeralda works, but Grok, Farsa, like this is looking like a traditional lineup here for Sway.
Yeah, they definitely have that Jungle Joy locked in, but again, I can't. Jungle Grok is still a thing, right? So
true.
And there's a Kagura, which I thought might have been an Eve pick, but specialty is, I think specialization is actually a big thing with these pro teams. They're trying to make it big in their specific roles. This is the reason why, right? You wouldn't expect Kagura here, but it can actually work very well in certain situations.
Man, Kagura is, every time she's picked up, I always feel like she's kind of iffy, right? Like 50-50. I don't know like how to explain that the best way, but it's like either Kagura works really well or she doesn't. And that's because so much like the way that she works, the ultimate, the yin and overturn, like you really need that placement here. So a lot of this, when Kagura is locked in is, well, yeah, you have a great option to escape, but also you have to rely a lot on your roamer being able to set up. And now Kufra is like, do we get the shot off or do we not? And are we able to set things up?
Oh man, their lineup does rely on just really good ultimates making their mark, making a hit, right? So GHXR, they're going for this, and I have to say that their lineup does kind of hurt. On the other hand, though, more freedom, I would say. I love the draft here for Sway. So loading up on the game number 1, it's Sway Esports versus Gearhawks Red. And this is definitely a lineup I would love to take around the mid-game, right? Mid-game is where this lineup is definitely going to shine.
Yeah, mid-game. At the same time, early game here, I got to say the pressure for early game is going to come from Sway, right? Sway should be able to put pressure on early on, especially you have a Farsa, man. You have a Roam Grok. Your sets early on will be crucial as the game kind of unfolds here. But for Gearhawks, if they, again, are landing pretty much the sets they need, locking in a Kufra like this, kind of playing around that, then that'll work out for them. But as we know, Rockhart, it's always these objective fights, how they lead into that. We're going to take a little break here, but as we talk more about the lineup, especially, you have one team who is going to be really strong in the early game, and how they kind of play around that, how do they transition for those objectives. Because we've seen this before, right? Where like a team will secure all turtles. That doesn't necessarily mean like they're gonna win a game, right? But they secure all the turtles, or what I should say is that doesn't necessarily mean they're gonna have a great time securing all the lords. Because some teams actually, that's their strategy. Like, all right, give up the turtles. We're not going to fight them because we know they have an advantage early game. But when it comes to the lords, man, that's where we'll fight. But, this is, again, the different factor is between the junglers. How does that play out for them?
Yeah, it's actually, it all boils down to knowing the power spikes of your heroes. For instance, I've seen games where, they gave up all the turtles, right? But the gold was usually relatively the same, relatively equal.
Yeah.
And then they fight when, like, for example, they have a Hayabusa jungle on their lineup. I mean, you can give out some turtles. Obviously, it's easier to go in with a Hayabusa, but you can give out these turtles as long as you have like good itemization. You get that Malefic Roar early on. You get those kills, and suddenly it's a 4v5. The enemy team has a hard time getting into these fights and loading back up into this game. I have to say that that's something that GHXR can do, right? They can kind of just give away some of these early fights while the Moskov isn't ready, and then go for it, and then go for these team fights.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, a lot of this is just going to be on the pacing of the early game. You can already see it happening right here too, right? If they get that flicker out early on, so that's already like an advantage. That's what we're talking about. And that's the junglers pretty much have to battle it out leading into that first turtle. those minor decisions do make a difference here.
Absolutely. If you think about it as well, you buy, that's a huge tool that they're going to need on the next turtle that the Grok won't have. He doesn't even have his wild charge yet. That is huge.
Yeah.
So we'll have to wait for it. He's definitely going to be a lot more delayed compared to Ian on that Kufra. And let's see, because right now, it is definitely Shiloh on the assassin specialization right now. Beautifully done.
Okay, well, they're actually going to go back for it. FaZe, top of the ultimate here, going to force them back.
Oh, there it is.
Ryu with the first of blood, finding a Wex already. There's a return, though, the 1-for-the-1 trade as Horoski goes down, but the turtle's now up. So the battle here for pretty much both junglers starts now while they try to kind of gain space around this turtle pit. It's going to come down to the Retribution. It's FaZe that gets it off as Ryu falls as well on top of it. So an objective for a kill. Now FaZe on the run here. He might get chased down. They actually just call it back. They don't want to commit any more there.
All right, I'm suddenly getting the reasoning behind this Esmeralda pick, man. It's really strong against the Joy. The Joy just has so much fun getting into these shields and getting into these fights. And as we say that, Ian is forced to flicker out, though. But as I was saying, right, I suddenly get why Kure is on this Esmeralda. It's really, really good. You saw it in the first few seconds of the game when he was really going ham on that Arlot level 1. Esme can sustain against Arlot, and it can sustain against the Joy as well.
That's the thing. Esmeralda, again, she kind of fell off the meta here. Hold on, they're actually going to still go for it. FaZe now was the focus there, but they just called off. But they're still fighting for the purple here. They might actually put pressure here. FaZe goes in. Not going to have any problem with it.
I think he stole it.
Yeah, he did steal it.
He did steal it.
Smooth.
All right. This is huge here for Sway Esports. They're going ham on the bot side. Even Desu can't really survive against that.
That feels bad for Shiloh, right? He got his purple stolen and then they made a quick play bottom lane onto the gold lane for Gearhawks, right? So that's obviously something a problem that they have to deal with. But what I was going to say, and now actually Shiloh, it looks like he wants to possibly go for, a steal as well in the purple buff from Sway as his was stolen, but I don't think he's going to be able to do that. Now, going back to the point before all that unfolded, Kure here, when Esmeralda gets this lead, she becomes to a point where she's almost unkillable. She's so hard to deal with, right? So if you already started the game bullying Arlot here, Horoski, it's going to be even harder for Horoski. So you have to come to a point, especially you're not running the typical tank emblem Arlot we're used to seeing. You kind of just have to really rely on those final slashes later on. So now as we lead up into this next turtle, we'll see how it all unfolds. Still going to be pushed back. There's the feathered airstrike committed as well. Shiloh trying to get in to see if he can grab this with the Retribution. There's going to get it cut off, though. Shiloh did secure the turtle. Now they're going to try to retreat without anybody going down. Now FaZe pushing them back. Gearhawks going to be happy with that, but look at this. Great Esmeralda takes a shot to the face. Yeah, I don't think he's that confident yet to go 1 versus 4, man.
I mean, he was holding him off for a few seconds. I gotta say, I could have called out either way. He could have taken 1 or 2 down alongside with him. But I actually did buy some time for Tesu as well on the bot side to get some of that gold in their pockets. And because of that, the gold lead isn't really that much, around 800 and 900. And I have to say, if that's the case, and maybe Sway Esports can have a fighting chance here, around maybe 18 or 16 minutes.
Yeah, again, I think they're doing okay. The fact that they're making plays still around the map, especially on the back of Rio, right? He's doing a lot here, not only providing vision. There's a feathered airstrike. Tesu, a hit away. He's gonna get away, but break even falls here. It's another trade. Ian falls there, 1 for 1. Now for the fight in the purple pit. For that purple buff, should just be able to go to Shiloh here. But a lot of trades going on, right? And even pressure around the map here.
I was actually a little surprised. Break even got demolished there by Wex. I was looking for where that happened. I don't think the camera caught it, man.
Yeah.
It was just way too good. And that's what we're talking about, right? Just beautiful plays from a Kagura out of nowhere. That's how you get an advantage, even though technically Kagura has a range disadvantage, right? So these are big. These are things that you got to think about coming to these games. And also one thing you have to think about is where is this Arlong right now? He is just so strong. Break even didn't even need to fly up there.
You see that? If you can't go and deal with Esmeralda in your lane, just travel to mid lane. Find a kill there. Happens to get one. Now it's going to be a 3 versus 2 in the mid lane, though. There's the final slash. Going to push them away a little bit. Avoiding a fight is what they're trying to do as this next turtle comes up.
Yeah, another solo kill as well on top side for FaZe. This Joy is just doing insane amounts of damage in terms of economy and maybe the confidence of GHXR, because now you can't really go out without thinking, where's this Joy going to come from?
Yeah.
Do I have to be worried here?
Well, this is looking dicey here. 3 versus 2 top side. They're not able to get the turret.
Run conceal.
That's what they were looking for. They know they're going to get cut off here. Shiloh showing up, going to back off too. FaZe grabs the turtle though. So right now, they're just trying to stay alive here. So far, so good for Sway. Happy to trade the objective. No one goes down, so they might
it's
put
counter
pressure
pick.
here. There's the conceal. Ryu trying to find an opening, not going to land the wild charge here. Tessu there to help him out, but look at that. There's the setup coming out. GXR still looking for more. Ian and Wex grab 2 kills for the team. Still going to be working on. There's the final slash as it's a 3 versus 1 for now. Make it 2. Rio shows up. Ian has to back out here, but right now, Gearhawks happy with the 2 kills. Want to secure their purple as well. Shiloh can have his work cut out for him here as it's a 3 versus 3 for the purple.
Yeah, Harowski as well. He's been doing work for the past how many minutes already? Oh my god, just get out of our jungle! GHXR, they're just taking it. I don't know, they're just on defensive over and over again.
They're going to have to be. I mean, look at Ryu. He's just literally putting himself there as the rock that he is on this Grok pick. There's the better airstrike, putting more pressure down. Shiloh falls here. Gets deleted off the map as well. Double kill going to the hands of Harowski. He had a tough early game, but look at him now. 5-1-1. This guy's massive.
Yeah, and Ryu right now on the Grok is also definitely cooking right now. I've got to say
He's
so
cooking.
myself. He's cooking, and he is camping on the jungle of GHXR. No ID, no entry, says Sway, even under the turret. They're just being forced to fight here. Tassu's beautiful block there and beautiful stun, but again, going to be hiding it out against his brother.
That was a great shutdown for Tessu. I mean, to grab that against Harowski, yeah. So, you know, this is what we were talking about, right? Harowski, he's going to obviously put himself in these positions when he had that kind of lead. But the best person to profit off that from GHXR is Tessu. He's also able to pick up the Wind of Nature here available to him, so that's going to help him more. Because like we said, Mozcom pretty much glass cannon, man. You gotta be really good at your placements. Obviously, the damage is already there for him. So team's got to protect him, and that's kind of what Gearhawks have to rely on, right? Tessu for the most part here. Wex also has done a great job at finding break even. Again, that the question earlier was like, what killed break even?
That's right.
In a split second. Well, when break even sets up those feathered airstrikes, that's what Wex does.
Yeah, break even really not having a fun game so far, but they were able to get that kill with the help of the Farsa at the very least, right? So now, this is an opening once more for Sway to take back control of this mid-game, which slowly has been slipping out of their fingers, to be honest.
Remember the question earlier, Rockheart was like, what is the power spike here? Hold on. FaZe!
Yeah,
get out.
That's nasty. Look at that. Final slash all over the map. Harowski with a double.
Man, okay, I was just going to ask you, we mentioned this earlier. Mid-game, like, what team is going to have that higher spike? And right now, man, Sway has just been making moves across the map. And a lot of that, too, again, might have been a rough start early on for Harowski, but he's been doing a great job on this Arlen pick. Now that they secure that first Lord of the game, they're able to go ahead and march in with this, looking to take these Tier 2 turrets down. 2, the fact that FaZe is just now picking up that Divine Glaive, going to help them be more of a pest here against GHXR.
That's true. But for Sway, of course, there's still that. They have a good spike right now, but there's also a ceiling, right?
Oh, yeah.
On how long a Joy can be relevant in the fights. So I think Sway Esports are thinking that, and they're calling, guys, let's pick it up. Come on, double time. We got to end this. And I think that's exactly what's happening right now in their boot camps, because right now they have the upper hand. They might lose it soon.
Ryu goes in, but they're still going to be clashing it out here top side in front of the turret. Lord's still going to be up. They push him back further. Kure goes in, zoned out quite a bit, but Ahon able to pick up the kill and deep into the enemy territory goes FaZe. 3 fall here for Gearhawks. Still holding on. Final Slash going to come through. Wind of Nature is popped, but he falls anyway. Triple kill for FaZe. Looks like they're looking to end the game early on. Crystal going to be worked on here.
Oh, the damage.
Sway takes game number 1.
Yeah, no damage. That's the problem with the tank. Lancelot could not clear that wave fast enough, and because of that, it is a very, very quick victory here for Sway Esports. Very much needed points there. Beautifully done, I have to say. They realized their power spike, and they were like, let's turn it on. Let's finish this.
Like, as soon as you were talking about, like, let's end it now. Let's, you know, what is that term in Tagalog? Endable?
Endable.
Is that,
endable.
It's
yeah,
not really.
endable,
it's
bro.
not technically Tagalog term, but it's like a saying.
It's
endable.
from us, so it's from it.
Yeah.
I think that those are the terms that can only come out from the Philippines.
I was gonna say
Endable,
I picked it up from the
yeah.
I picked it up from the Filipino stream. So you know, and that's what they did. Like endable. What was that? 11 minutes, I think. It was around to like 11
something.
minutes.
Almost 12, but
yeah,
not quite 12 yet.
Like,
so
it was just a good attempt to try to defend.
Yeah.
Like you know with that first
that
first Lord, but I didn't think it would end there. Like that type of lead wasn't massive. You know, usually when we see games end that quickly, it's like a 8-10K gold lead.
Yeah.
But you know, I think it was about 4 or 5K at that point.
I think I saw the moment, right, where Kure was trapped under on the Grok wall. Ryu, man, you were cooking on that Grok, and I was like, no, Kure, no.
Once you jump in, that's all you can do.
That's it. That's prime reason probably why we don't see Esmeralda as much. But what we will see is a very hunky and very hunky analyst right here. His name is Burrito. Let's see what he's got to say about this one.
Thank you, Rockhart, and thank you, Rockhart. Okay, I'm so big here. Thank you, Rockhart and Dong Daisu. That concludes our game number 1. Sway Esports finish the game. Okay na ba yan? Against Gearhawks Red. By the way, I'm Burrito. Ako ang inyong analyst para din sa game number 1. Let's start off with the draft. Napaganda na naging decision from Sway Esports to actually alisin itong Kaja na to as their primary hero, which is nakita natin top 2 sa mga heroes talaga na pina-priority sa ating draft, which is the Joy and the Arlot ay napunta sa kanilang kupunan. Meanwhile, Gearhawks Red, tinry naman nila ditong pumunta doon sa route na merong hero na kukuha doon sa mga dashing heroes ng kanilang kupunan, which is the Kufra, and at the same time the Moskov, just to pin down lang yung mga heroes na mabibilis coming in from Sway Esports. But of course, nangibabaw yung veterancy and the experience from amateur scene against the top dogs no, mula sa ating collegiate league. No? Gearhawks Red from TUP, isa sa mga teams din talaga na nangingibabaw dito sa competitive scene ng collegiate. But of course, let's start doon sa naging initial game or sa first part ng ating game. First 3 minutes, nakuha ng Gearhawks Red or na-maintain ng Gearhawks Red na hindi sila maabantihan dito ng Sway Esports. They try to defend as quick as possible yung initiation mula sa Sway Esports. And once, as we all know, na once na mag-level 4 ang mga heroes ng, from Sway, mataas talaga yung kanilang crowd control and of course the burst na nanggagaling sa mga heroes na meron sila. Especially itong si FaZe with the Joy na sobrang sakit talaga and prioritizing those penetrating items or magical penetration items, which is the Genius Wand, and napakalaki na naging contribution nun in terms of their team fight capability. But dito sa nakikita natin, after nung first 5 minutes, talagang nangibabaw na ang Sway Esports and they try again to shut down the Lancelot or the Tankcelot with the heroes na meron sila, no? Especially Ryu having a good and sabihin natin na good execution with those combos na meron siya, no? And actually, tinry naman ng Gearhawks Red na idikit yung laban, but definitely Sway Esports, the idea of not giving space dito kay Tezu, yun yung mga naging reason bakit na ipanalo nila itong laban na to. Sway Esports, masabi natin na isa sa mga dominating game ng kanilang kupunan, but struggling pa rin ng Gearhawks Red na makakuha ng kanilang unang series. And definitely, may game number 2 pa naman sila. So, let's see kung ano yung mga magiging adjustment ng kanilang kupunan rito. So, Esports, nakita natin kung babalikan doon sa mga objective takings. And so, sobrang laki ng inilalamang nila dito. Harlowski doing a great job. Sabihin natin, bugawin or ilayo si Tesu with yung pokes na meron din siya. No? And that final sweep play from him, nagbigay talaga ng hirap dito sa Gearhawks Red. And actually, kung titingnan din natin, kaya naman talaga sumabay ng Gearhawks Red. Well, in fact, nung first part, nakahabol at sila pa yung nakakuha ng lead doon with 3-1 na score. But nangibabaw ang Sway Esports dito in terms of the objective takings and yung boxing out capability ng kanilang mga heroes. Ay nandun talaga. No? I like the idea na kumuha sila dito ng isang Kagura for the burst, but kailangan mo kasi ng additional na hero na sasabay sa kanya. Iyan, nahihirapan din siya na makakuha ng position niya dahil nga sa ginagawa ng Rock, which is chinecheck palagi yung mga bush and at the same time, nabibigyan din talaga ng space itong si Ayan for him to be able to get the initial items that he needs. And tingnan natin ngayon kung sino ba talaga ang nangibabaw doon sa laban na yun. Let's take a look at the items na meron ang magkabilang kupunan. Harlowski prioritizing the Hunter Strike for additional movement speed and the attack magic physical penetration plus the kits din, no? Kasi nire-respeto niya rin yung damage na meron si Wex. Well, in fact, nakita din natin na ilang beses niyang na-burst si Face doon sa laban yun. Hindi man niya na-take down, but yung burst, malaking tulong talaga para mapaalis si Face doon sa nagiging team fight. And ang gusto kong tutukan dito is si Ryu with yung items kagad na kinuha niya dito, na the tough boots. Then alam niya rin kasi na si Kure, yung magical damage din na manggagaling sa kupunan ng Gearhawks Red ay sobrang taas, no? And break even though na wala siya nakuhang kill, but yung burst damage ay sapat na para mabigyan ng kahirapan ang Gearhawks Red para mag-initiate doon sa mga team fights at linisin na ni Face yung mga nagiging team fight na yun. And sino nga ba ang MVP? Wala iba kundi si Face with 6, 0, and 5 the KDA. Si Joy ang nagbigay talaga ng magandang laban or magandang laro doon sa naging game number 1 na yon. And nakita natin kung ano ba yung nagiging contribution ng Joy no, pagdating sa team fight. Lalo na sa mga squishy heroes na meron ang Gearhawks Red. And nahihirapan din kasi i-protect ng isang Kufra yung kanyang mga squishy hero sa backlane. But of course, ano nga ba ang mga magiging adjustment ng kupunan nito para sa ating game number 2? Balik natin sa ating mga casters.
There you go. Welcome back, guys. So that was game number 1. I gotta say, there were some moments where I thought maybe, just maybe, Tesu could have made it work. And even Kure, right? I mean, you saw that 1v4, 1v5 around the Lord pin on that Esmeralda.
Yeah.
Something could have, like, tipped either way where he could have wiped out those 4 people, you know?
I feel like if that game went longer, again, that was 12 minutes. You know, that was a relatively quick game. If it went longer, then we probably would have seen, you know, more, especially the Esmeralda pick, how, you know, she gets so tanky. If you think about it, like, an Esmeralda tanks a lot, really playing around that, and then if Tesu can get to the point where it needs to be on the Moskov, like, we were seeing hints of it kind of pop up. But unfortunately for them, the game just ended before they really had a chance. And like you mentioned too, we saw that in the highlights where at the very end, you know, you think they're going to be able to defend it. It's only the first Lord, but what a wall placement, a Guardian Barrier from Ryu, man. Like, to cut off Kure there, to, you know, follow up that kill from Aeon. It just, the synergy was obviously worked really well there for Sway.
Yeah, that's the reason why they could actually close it out before 12 minutes,
Yeah.
before Tesu could do any real damage on the Moskov, and before, you know, the fallout the damage falls off from the Joy. Because the Joy is, I love the Joy, really, really strong, especially in the early game, almost unkillable. Up to a certain extent, I would say around 12 to 14 minutes, you're that's your power spike, then you fall off.
Yeah.
You can't really do much in the late game. You can get killed by maybe a 2-guy squad who can get you down. That didn't happen, right? Sway knew that, and they did not give GHXR a chance to get back in this one.
That's what I'm wondering. Are they going to give them a chance to get back into the series, right? Or are they going to do a similar fashion in Game 2 where it's like ends in a quick sweep? You know, hopefully for the series, especially for Gearhawks, that doesn't happen. The fact that they are going to be, first pick, we'll see if that changes things, right? Because we were talking about this back in Game 1 where, teams are kind of opting for like these first pick marksmen, priority marksmen. We even saw it previously, right? Where that Kufra and the Moskov
quick lock on the Moskov. He barely thought about it. Like,
and so again, these are probably like very comfort picks as well for them. But hopefully, if that is your game plan, you have more of that strategy to work with here, right? But as we get through this first phase, it's funny that the Joy is going to be banned out. I really don't feel like Joy. Nowadays in the meta, I don't feel like she warrants a ban, so to speak.
Especially in the. I would say yes. I actually have to agree. Even in other leagues, they don't really ban out the Joy as much recently.
Yeah, like compared to before when it was like just
unbelievable.
Ban her out.
Just unkillable Joy.
But like unkillable Joy. Sounds weird to say, but
it sounds so happy.
It sounds so happy. But no, it's true.
It's true though.
You might as well just deal with the Joy, right? Other than that, though, they do decide to ban it out. First pick, though. This is a quality first pick. This is something that we see a lot of times, too. And again, with XP lane being so massive, I feel like in the current meta, Arlot's still a great option. And even in the hands of Horoski, previous game, he did a great job building back up from a tough early game start.
It all boils down to those final slashes. And there were times where Horoski would actually, he was playing around the jungle, he was dashing there for like, I was counting, how long has he been in that purple buff area? 2 minutes?
Yeah,
he's just dashing around over and over again. So you see, they know the power spike of these heroes, and they're able to capitalize on those. But there you go. These are the quality first picks as well, I would say. If you don't want to go for Melissa recently, I think the Beatrix is a great solution. As long as you have the Farsa, the Beatrix doesn't really have that much of a problem staying alive.
Yeah. I like, so, with this, again, it's pretty much going towards that comfort, right? So Sway's going to go ahead and lock in the Beatrix. They had a great game previous one. But this is already a good answer. Like, I actually like this first phase of the draft for Gearhawks way better than the previous game. Now, you did mention this earlier on, Rockhart, that, Lane kind of pops up here and there, especially like we saw yesterday. So, again, this
it was also Shiloh yesterday who used the Ling.
Yeah, so this is a thing, like, are you able to make this work? Because, let's be honest, Lancelot, yes, he's an assassin as he's locked in right here, but, tanks a lot. So the matchup is still kind of assassin-centric, but Ling versus a Lancelot who's going to be building tank, you really have to be on point. Like, you really have to be on your game if you're going to pick Ling, just in general. It doesn't really actually matter who's against you.
That's true, that's true.
As a Ling player, you have to be on point here for this matchup. So this is, in a way, it's a little risky, but like we mentioned, you have the Arlot, solid choice. Now you have the Lolita too, who's often picked as that roam role, and so you've already got a good overlaying. But that's the thing, I really can't wait to see how Ling this time, like we saw yesterday, is actually utilized here in this matchup.
Obviously, aside from utilization of the Ling, there's also an issue of, are you prone? How is our lineup? Can we defend people when they go for invades?
Yeah.
That's a big deal, right? Because if you can't defend that purple buff, you're gonna be in trouble, especially if you're a Ling. So I think obviously a Lolita is a great way to do it, but you also think about, I gotta get a very, very strong mid laner. So what's that gonna be, right? I think Eve is great for that, if ever. We're not even seeing Valentina, and it gets banned out.
Yeah, I was gonna say, she's banned out.
So,
well, I mean, there's still. We did see the Kagura in the previous game, but not sure if that pops up this time. My main thing, too, is I'm wondering here, Rockhart, is like, is there a world where we see like a tank Ling? Can it work?
It has been theorized.
Way back then. Way back then. Like, is that something you actually want to like try or do? Like tank Ling versus tanks a lot?
I mean, Lancelot, there's a good reason why people pick up Lancelot. The passive is really good, but there's no such option for a Ling, so that's the biggest problem, right? If you go full tank mode, you don't have a passive that helps out with damage output.
Yeah.
And that's the reason why a lot of people have been maybe scared to try that. I would love to try that out. I maybe will try that out, or maybe we get Midnight to try that out.
Maybe Midnight can, yeah.
The Ling specialist himself.
But this is the thing that bothers me. It's like, if you are, building a traditional Ling, and this matchup alone against you from Sway, you are going to get whittled down, and then you're going to be forced to a point where like you don't have any energy to work with, or you are kind of forced to use the Tempest of Blades to survive.
Right.
And then you're just literally like a sitting duck on the wall.
So
like that is what bothers me.
You're basically like a walk-in observer there.
Yeah, exactly. So, but I do like what they did. They overlapped it with a Claude pick and the Valentina. So at least they have that option, right? Because let's say if Gearhawks can work around with this, and Valentina can pop off like we've seen her do many times, especially stealing, or copying, I should say, that feathered airstrike, this will work well. But I love the answer, from Sway here.
Right, you got that Valentina ready to pop up. You got a Claude that needs a lot of farm. He spent a lot of time alone. Let's go ahead and pick up with Natalia just to make sure that they have a hard time farming and fighting the invades.
What's worse for you to deal? Let's say Ling, you're the Ling.
Right.
What's worse, dealing with a Natalia or dealing with a Hilda? Because those are like two of the same concepts.
Oh yeah,
just
that would have been great.
One is like obviously Hilda's tankier, but like what would you not deal with? I feel like it's the Natalia.
Natalia is just the worst, right?
You can't see her half the time.
Oh man, I hate Natalia players with a burning passion. They mess up my game so much. I think that is going to be the plan here for Ryu specifically. I feel like they have a very good control of early to mid game. In the late game, Natalia does fall off as well, right? You don't expect Natalia to fight in team fights, especially a lot of teams right now. They love grouping up together in 5 men. So in a five-person lineup, you go for an attack. There's very little room for assassination attempts of the Natalia.
Yeah. But that's what bothers me. It's like we were just pretty much theorizing the whole fact of like how on point you have to be in your game with a Ling pick.
Yeah.
When you have an Natalia against you, man, you are literally constantly looking over your back.
So stressful.
It's stressful, right? Even if you have the exclamation point, it's like, okay, well,
where
do I need to retribution or do I
what
need to
direction?
Not? So at this point, it's like, all right, we gotta also babysit now a little bit, because a lot of this, again, is relying on. Well, one, you have Valentina again, you have that, but still, can you utilize that Ling pick early on? Because if it's shut down, man, you have. I would say a very rough game ahead of you, because that is literally the mission for you. Like, just shut down Ling, go ham basically in the jungle, and make it really hard for that rotation to settle in early game.
And as the lineup does dictate, according to our good friend Leia, it's a very expensive lineup.
Yeah.
You have a Ling, you also have a Claude. That's a lot of time spent on farming that you're going to need before you're ready to fight. And basically, Kura is going to be the one who has to take the lead in the early to mid-game fights. They want to make this work here in game number 2.
Yeah, I'm just going to have my eye a lot on Ryu, right? I want to see exactly how, because if anything, the way he played the Grok the previous game, he's probably going to be way more dangerous here on this Natalia, right? Especially having... Oh, look at this. Right here, as I was just saying it. I want to keep my eye on Ryu because of that. So he might be able to escape here, though.
He can.
Team's going to be fine. Help him out. Oh, he's going to get terrified a little bit. Has the regen and escapes in time. So that's already massive here for that snowball factor and kind of denying what Gearhawks want to do early game.
And this is exactly the reason why I do not like queuing up against Natalia players. No one is safe, even under the turret. Milan was playing behind the turret. He still got taken out there by a carefully placed Ryu.
So in this case, right, what you're going to have to rely on, hold on, mid lane.
Oh, just when we were done with that one, they pick up another one on the exit. And Shiloh, he's level 4. He has some damage output, but can he do it?
Well, yep, that's the question. Can he do it? Well, 1 versus 4 this early on. Not going to be able to pull that off here, right? So this is, once again, what I was talking about. Snowball factor. Sway is now 3 kills in. they've got about a 1K gold lead this early on, right? And you're going to see them play around this too. The fact that Ryu has 2 early kills, he's running the Master Assassin emblem, right? And he's going to be profiting off of that. The guy hasn't even had to really use Execute that much, right? I don't think he's used it yet. Or maybe he did that first kill. The first kill. He just kind of went in there, popped it off, got the kill. But he's going to be putting a lot of pressure now too. You can see it might be better if Gearhawks don't even contest this. Weck's going to be in trouble quite low. There's the final slash coming out. Break even. Gonna wings my wings out of there. Turtle still worked on. Secured by FaZe. Now it's Gearhawks on the run here. They might chase them down a little bit. Ryu still going to be hunting for more. Has that Hex Q still available, but not going to use it as Milan made his way to mid lane to help out.
It looked very basic here for Sway Esports. You saw what they were doing. They were like, break even. I'll just fly here over the wall. Maybe you can reach me. Maybe you can't. But in FaZe, what has FaZe been doing? He's been basically fighting monsters, minions, and jungle creeps this whole time.
Well, I mean, look at that. Sheila was actually in enemy territory. Like, despite being kind of at a deficit here, jungle to jungle matchup, like he's confident enough to actually put pressure there in the jungle. But is it going to be enough?
Oh, man.
Oh.
That is a problem. He's under the... There's just no way to go for this guy.
Yeah, maybe going to the enemy territory wasn't the call. Well, that's
maybe
not the play, right?
The play.
Because you're probably hoping to like, oh, Natalia's not going to be here. But now Ryu, once again, that XU not going to happen. Not going to secure the kill this time. So able to survive that. Still a lot of pressure here coming out from Sway. But again, that's the point, right? Shiloh, this is exactly what we were talking about. When you have the Ling and you're going to be counted, you have to just assume I'm going to be countered, and that's kind of what's happened here.
And there's just barely no room for him, no room for error for Shiloh right now.
Yeah.
It's just, if you make a bad play, there's just no recovery. The Valentina can't really help you out yet, and you know, Ian on the top side as a Lolita making sure that Milan doesn't get beat up as well.
Like, you see that pressure that they're putting here just around the purple buff. The fact that they're doing that, delaying that even further, they're still going. Weck's going to fall here, break even, grab the kill himself, picking up some crucial items too. So, you know, as we talk more about Snowball, it's 3K now ahead for Sway, and they're starting to get those items locked in, those first big item pickups.
They're getting all of these without getting any major punishments. They're able to get out. No kills yet for JHXR. That's how much they are ahead here. Even in the dives that Ryu are doing on the Natalia, they're not getting any deaths. And that is major. FaZe as well, he's been so efficient on his time. I think his gold per minute is just way through the charts right now. And Kore on the bot side is in trouble.
Oh. Wow, Horowski going in with the flicker to secure that kill. They secure the turtle. Sway's just securing everything right now. And this is looking dire already, right? It's only 5 minutes in. That's the thing.
5 minutes in.
It's 5 minutes in.
And this game is getting out of hand already.
Yeah, it's tough. This is a tough situation for Gearhawks to be in. Again, you're really relying. You're putting a lot on the jungle early game. That's kind of been shut down at this point. So now you got to go to plan B. What's plan B? Well, that's like, let's Milan farm up here. Hopefully Wex can have some of that damage that he has, but he's already got those 2 deaths on him. So there's got to be something to happen here for them, too. Even if that's Ian finding an amazing set with the Neuro and Blast and Lolita, that could work. But right now, they're just dealing with this snowball.
Again, Kore, this is the guy that we expected, or we expect with the lineup, to kind of carry it around the early to mid game, but that's just not happening with the amount of harass that he's been undergoing with Harowski, with unlimited roams from FaZe, from everyone else, making sure that this pick is not going to be usable.
Wow.
Right now, even as we speak, Shiloh getting his purple buff stolen for the nth time already.
Oh no. Okay, Ian gonna charge up, Noodle Blast, not gonna land here. So everybody survives. But did you see that, Rockhart, how Sway just literally nonchalantly walked up into the purple? They are going to get punished here, though. Oh, Aeon's able to survive.
Way,
Flickers on out. So, not totally punished. But my point here is Sway went through enemy territory, in between turrets, and stole just walked straight. Stole the buff. That is not a good feeling to deal with.
No
right?
hesitation whatsoever. And the fact that they can do that just means that we are going to be in for a bumpy ride. If you're a fan of GHXR right now, this might be we're in troubled area.
Yeah.
You might have to kind of just stomach some more deaths before we can get to a point where maybe if the game goes on long enough, maybe we can, what do you call that? Get some money on the Milan, get some money on the Shiloh.
Get to where they need to be. I mean, that's the thing, right? Like, I think everybody watching this and that has played MLB knows at this point, like in these MLB matches, if you are down this quite a bit, like this early on, there's no sugarcoating it, right? The only game plan is like, all right, we need time, guys.
Let's buy time.
Like, buy time as much as possible. And, you know, one of the factors, though, one of the great things about Ling is it's almost like a Hayabusa. And the fact that even if you have a rough start, man, even if you are having a terrible early game and everybody's stealing your buffs, well, one thing you can do is still steal objectives. Like, there is still that hope.
True.
That's something. The fact, too, is what we see some Ling players do is they go ahead and pick up, you know, certain items that allows them to push in lanes and put pressure, kind of like a slow push. Wind talkers, which, you know, they don't have to directly be in those objective fights, but they can push the side lanes to put pressure. We've seen games actually being won that way. So there are still options here, right, specifically for Gearhawks. It's just one of the biggest things is, like you mentioned, Rockhar, is can we buy that time? Can we buy that time that we need?
Basically, it's not really a lost cause yet overall for Gearhawks. They will have to play extra carefully and maybe just pray that Sway Esports commit mistakes, but...
You see the damage, the outclass in damage right now that they're dealing with. Ian just got pretty much deleted off of the map there. Turtle's going to be secured here as well from FaZe. That should be the 3-for-3 for them in the Turtle department. So right now, you know, dealing with the snowball is the biggest thing that Gearhawks have to do.
Yeah.
But still being pressured across all sections of the map.
But despite Sway winning, I kind of feel bad for FaZe. He hasn't really played with a lot. He's playing with minions.
Doesn't have
He's just playing with the turtle. He's playing with... See, he gets pushed up and someone else gets a kill. And they're fighting up under these buffs as well.
Yeah, so that's 2 already down here for Gearhawks. Break even, able to survive that with the wings by wings. Milan could be in trouble here. Gonna go ahead and dodge that 1-2 combo from Moaski. So right now, buff gonna be stolen, furthering that goal lead. It's about, what, 7K ahead now that they have here that they're really dealing with. Buff's gonna go take in, again, you were mentioning FaZe hasn't really had to do too much against, other than play against objectives and minions, but that's the best thing as a jungler. Like, when you're like, all right, my team's got it under control. And then at the same time, you have Ryu there that's always there, and it's like, if I knock someone down like half health, I know Ryu's going to be there to secure that kill. Like, that is the best game a jungler can have for the most part. Aside from maybe, having an insane KDA and, like, just popping off incredibly.
Yeah, that's a sign, one of the signs, right? It's either you're bloodshed. You have so much blood on your face, you're 10-0, or you're not really fighting anyone, which means your team are the ones fighting and killing your opponents. And that just means you're ahead. And that's exactly what FaZe is going through here right now.
Well, right now it's 9-0, right? Sway has those 9 kills. They're 7, you know, almost 8K gold ahead right now. And like you said, best thing is you're in this kind of lineup and everything that they have, you're securing not only objectives, but you're bloodied too. Like, your whole team is just profiting off kills, and that gold is being really distributed really well. So that's what makes it even harder for Gearhawks to fight this snowball, right? When you're dealing with that. And it's like, again, how do we get back into this game when we constantly have to worry about even Ryu? Like, look at Ryu right now. He's top side. He's just going to wait. He's actually going to be putting pressure on Shiloh if he can. And you can see Shiloh's health, right? Shiloh, he almost died.
He almost died.
He almost died. So FaZe secures the Lord here. And that's what I'm talking about with the way Sway's playing here.
That was just from killing minions as well. And Ian, it's a Matrix, but you can't really block out of those Bennett bombs. That's the problem, right? You can lock a Lolita in, but it goes over your shield. It doesn't block it.
Yeah, that would be a little, you know, you gotta have some logic there. Like, the shield's not that high to block those bombs. But yeah, this is, you know, as we're seeing, there's really, at this point, nothing that Gearhawks can do unless they drag this game out further, unless they get a miracle set. That's the thing. Even if they get a miracle set from Ian, who has been struggling this point, you don't really have the damage.
Yeah, I think you need a miracle and a half.
A miracle and a half, so I don't know what that makes it, you know? Like, that's what's bigger than a miracle here?
Maybe 1 miracle and maybe almost a miracle.
All right, well, that's what they gotta hope for, man. But you know, I
That's
still gotta say they can defend this.
It's defendable, yes.
This is defendable, not endable. It might be endable. Sway might be looking for it again in this game.
Don't get wiped out.
Yeah, they just, again, Gearhawks holds on. They actually deal with the Lord. They don't press the situation. That's exactly what they need to do. By another, I would say 8 minutes. Like, if I know that's a super long time. That's a super long time.
Yeah.
But 8 minutes, if they can hold on for that long somehow, some way, they should have enough fighting power here to actually fight with Sway.
That is true, because right now on Sway Esports, there are actually 2 heroes here that don't do as well in the late game. That's the Natalia and the Lancelot, right?
Yeah.
Nobody likes a late game Lancelot, as if they can help it. Nobody likes a late game Natalia. Like I mentioned before the game started, how are you going to pick off somebody when they're always together? It's so difficult, right? So those are the 18 minutes, 19 minutes is actually a pretty good ceiling, I would say, for Gearhawks, for them to maybe mount a comeback here. But right now, Ryu, he has a Malefic Roar, also has that Hunter Strike right now. I don't know if anyone can survive that right now in GHXR with one combo. That's scary to tell you. Oh my god!
And that one shot already just checking Shiloh here. Gonna force him back. So yeah, you know, this is, again, you gotta look at this. This is 13K gold lead. That's how the firepower. They might be able to get a kill here on FaZe. So they find a little bit of hope here. They get the flicker out too. FaZe goes down. But again, this is Sway just playing around this massive lead they have, right? They can afford 1-2 deaths unnecessary. They're kind of just pressing a situation here. All the while, they're just waiting for that Lord to come up, right? So the reason why, too, 18 minutes is such a big thing, 18 to 20 minutes, because, yes, let's say Milan has those 3 items that usually Claude needs, but everybody else needs to be able to not only have the damage, but the survivability, like durability as well, to last those team fights, because you're just seeing how much damage is being thrown at them from Sway here. So, you know, this might be something that Sway wants. Again, force Gearhawks out here to possibly think about, hey, we can actually kind of maybe contest this Lord. But look at Ryu's placement, right? He's always going to be kind of aiming towards either Shiloh or that back line. And that's something that they really have to be careful of.
That's basically like gimping a lane, right? Because as a lane, you want to be pushing out on the far side of the map. And Milan with just 1-2 combo drive-by, man, got deleted by Ryu. And while that's happening, obviously there's going to be a Lord take on the other side of the map.
Hey, you said it, man. You said it, Rockhart. You know, you don't think anyone on Gearhawks is going to be able to survive pretty much the combination coming out from Ryu. And that's especially when you're, you know, whether you're caught out or not with the emblem. I mean, look at that. Just a couple hits. Going to force Shiloh back here even more. And all this, as this Lord is going to be marching in mid lane, this could be their final push here.
Could be the final push, and there's very little that GHXR can do about this. Milan, he will have the legs to do it. He does go in. Beautiful nugget there, and that is going to be Ian still surviving. The Lord is wailing on that turret, and Break Even just maximizing damage coming in from these pure damage heroes, and that's probably going to be it. And that is going to be Sway Esports with the 2-0.
Very clean series here for Sway. You know, we were pretty much, at this point, again, we're only contemplating how Gearhawks can get back into this game.
The last few minutes have been like, how do we get back here?
Yeah, because, guys, it was like 13, 14K gold difference.
It was clear cut.
You know, that's really hard to deal with, especially when you have someone like a Natalia across from you and your jungler is pretty much shut down for the majority of the game. Like, that's how it was, man. You know, like, Shiloh, unfortunately, he lost buffs, he lost objectives, and it was just hard to kind of play around that there. So, dominant series, though, for Sway.
That's right. And these are things that we actually talked about before the match started.
Yeah. In the draft.
How are you going to keep a Ling and the Claude in the same lineup viable?
Expensive.
It's a very expensive lineup. Shout out to Leo. You know what it is, right? You know what it is. This lineup it's going to be a miracle if they survive the early to mid game. And that miracle, unfortunately, did not happen in this specific series.
Like, I feel like anytime you see Natalia pop up, you have to, like, the mission is everybody needs to, well, one, protect the jungler, survive those first, like, 2 to 3 minutes, and then from there, really be playing around, like, where it's almost a guessing game. It's like, where is the Natalia, and protect whoever you need to, because Again, when that snowball starts with a Natalia across from you, it's really hard to kind of get back into the game, especially when it's your jungle. When it's your jungle that's being focused on, you know, buffs stolen. The jungler might not die, but the fact that you are heavily reliant on a purple buff and it's stolen from you time from time, where the pressure is there, where like you're forced to use retributions, it's really hard to deal with.
Yeah. Let's see how Burrito's gonna deal with that. There's barely much to analyze in that series. Rock hard, nice too. We'll see you guys later. Here's Burrito.
Thank you so much, casters. Grabe, sobrang init na naging performance ng Sway Esports against Gearhawks Red. By the way, I'm Burrito. Ako ang inyong analyst for today's matchup. Gearhawks Red or TUP Gearhawks Reds versus Sway Esports. The sweep ng Sway Esports ang Gearhawks Red in a dominating fashion. But let's take a look at the draft. Nag-start tayo sa draft. Actually, Gearhawks Red, no, maganda yung kanilang naging idea to actually sabihin na natin na tanggalin yung hero which is the Joy na nagpahirap sa kanila ng game number 1. But nakakalimutan nila na sobrang lawak ng hero pool ng Sway Esports. Actually, medyo masasabi ko na isa sa mga gamble pick na kinuha nila dito is the Ling sa first phase ng ating drafting phase. Wherein, ang dami pa mga heroes na pwede pang counter dito. Andyan yung Natalia, and alam naman natin na buff dependent talaga ang isang Ling. At talagang binigyan ng importansya ng Sway Esports yung advantage na yon na meron sila. Tinapatan nila ng Lancelot. That is a classic matchup between Lancelot and Ling. But this time, Lancelot tank na meta na ngayon yung ating makakita ngayon. And check natin yung mga items na meron na magkabilang kupunan. Sway Esports, masasabi natin na first part ng game, talagang pinahirapan nila yung Ling. Hindi nila binigyan ng kahit papano ng konting space para makuha yung mga purple buffs. And kagaya nga na mention ko kanina, isang Ling sa mga heroes talaga na kailangan ng purple buff dahil sa energy na naibibigay nung kanyang mga dashes, no? But nakita natin na Sway Esports first part pa lang nung game, meron na kagad pag-force dito sa top lane at talagang pinahirapan yung gold laner dito ng Gearhawks Red. And alam naman natin ng isang Claude is a hero na kailangan pa talaga ng mga items for the latter portion dahil doon nga siya talaga mag-snowball. And speaking of the snowball, sobrang nag-snowball dito yung dalawa sa mga Nook heroes na meron ng Sway Esports, which is the Farsa and the Beatrix, na kung saan bago pa lumapit ang Gearhawks Reds, nabibigyan na kagad sila ng sabihin na natin superb damage na nanggagaling doon sa dalawang hero na nabanggit ko. And kung titingnan natin sa control din in terms of the map, Sway Esports talaga yung nanaig. At talagang nakita natin kung ano yung mga adjustment na ginawa ng Sway Esports coming into the game number 1 papunta rito, na talagang nilinis nila ng gusto yung game number 2. Adjustment from Gearhawks Reds, nakita naman din natin with that Valentina pick, which is malaki naman talaga yung naging contribution. But of course, speaking of the contribution, si FaZe ang magiging MVP natin para dito sa game number 2, or break even ang magiging MVP natin. Farsa with 5, 0, and 6 na KDA. Sobrang taas na nuke damage and napakagandang posisyon doon sa mga team fights na kinikreate dito ng kupunan ng Sway Esports. Gearhawks Red, nakita natin yung effort nila, and which is, nakita naman natin na usual trade talaga ang Valentina against the Farsa. Pero kasi itong Farsa na to, na talagang sobrang komportable si break-even, napagtagumpayan niya, no? And kung isipin natin, sobrang bilis din kasi ng rotation na naibibigay ng mga heroes dito ng Sway Esports. Meron kang Lancelot na sobrang daming dash, meron kang Farsa with the wings by wings na sobrang bilis umikot from point A to point B, na talagang naipakita ng kupunan na ito na kaya nilang sumabay against sa mga heroes na meron ang Gearhawks Reds. Pero props pa rin for Gearhawks Reds for putting up a good fight. Masasabi natin na one-sided yung game, pero nagbigay pa rin sila ng effort doon sa laban na yon, and definitely matuto doon sa kanilang pagkatalo dito sa game na to against Sway Esports. Pero abangan natin kung ano nga ba ang mga magiging aksyon mamaya coming to the game or match number 3 sa pagbabalik ng RMC Season 7.
Realme 10 Pro Series 5G. Display new vision.
On this morning's weather forecast, get ready for some wondrous sun showers. Have a magical day.
Realme 10 Pro 5G. Display new vision. Realme, dare to leap. Realme 10 Pro Series 5G. Display new vision.
On this morning's weather forecast, get ready for some wondrous sun showers. Have a magical day.
Realme. Realme 10 Pro Series 5G. Display new vision. Realme 10 Pro 5G. Display new vision. Realme, dare to leap. Realme 10 Pro Series 5G. Display new vision.
On this morning's weather forecast, get ready for some wondrous sun showers. Have a magical day.
Realme 10 Pro 5G. Display new vision. Realme, dare to leap. Realme 10 Pro Series 5G. Display new vision.
On this morning's weather forecast, get ready for some wondrous sun showers. Have a magical day.
Teach me
Realme 10 Pro 5G. Display new vision. Realme, dare to leap. Realme 10 Pro Series 5G. Display new vision.
Oy! Gagandang lalaki, oh.
Ang ganda talaga. Maganda din ang hapon. Nagbabalik ang RMC Season 7 at bakbakan na muli. Ngayon, for our third series of the day. Ako si OSX, out si Butters. Kamusta ka naman? Magandang lalaki?
Okay lang naman ako. Magandang lalaki.
Ako yung A. Magandang lalaki A. Ikaw magandang lalaki B.
Para pala tayo si B1 tsaka si B2. Kaya pala mukha tayong saging.
My friend.
My friend.
My friend the banana. Ibang klase, ibang klase, ibang klase. Madami tayong natutunan ngayong araw, pati sa mga laro, pati naman sa mga teams na talagang close yung labanan ngayon. Kasi first two teams well, isa na default, pero straight 2-0. Straight 2-0. Tapos ngayon, pangatlong laban, mayroon namang teams na pwedeng umakyat sa charts. Dahil nga, Z4 Pegaxy na una ngayon, Butters.
And alam naman natin na sa mga ganitong klaseng larangan or ganitong klaseng liga, dito nakita mo naman yung ano natin, yung tagline natin.
Iba.
We make legends. And legends we make. Ibig sabihin, dito yung stepping stone eh. Kumbaga dito mo ipapakita na may tira ka. Kapag napakita mo dito na may tira ka, nakatingin na sa'yo lahat ng mga manager, lahat ng mga possible na kumuha sa inyong organization, eyes on the prize na sila. Kaya dito mo talaga kailangan ipakita. So now, Z4 Pegaxy, they're making waves. Pinapakita nila sa mga tao na, oy, teka lang, kami yung pinakamalakas ngayon sa amateur scene. Baka kailangan yung tumingin sa amin.
Look up. Kailangan nila mag-look up. Alam mo bakit? Kasi dito lang, sa RMC was one of the organizations na licensed to even to be part of C-Ball sa qualifiers.
Oo.
Realme or RMC lang ang partnered with C-Ball. Dahil sabi mo nga, kung may tira ka dito at kung kaya may ipakita, what more kung pwede ka pa mag-represent ng Pilipinas sa iba't ibang larangan ng mundo.
And alam naman natin yan na this is the road to C-Ball. Kung baga papunta tayo ng C-Ball, possible combine. Tapos if ever mag-excel kayo doon, makitaan kayo ng potential to actually represent the Philippines, that might be your next step. Kasi tatandaan natin na hindi biro ang maging national athlete. Pero, Realme gives you that opportunity sa pagsalil dito sa RMC. It rhymes.
No? Tama. Alam mo, iniisip ko lang no na what if maging Filipino athlete ka? What if ikaw maging Filipino athlete ka?
What if ikaw maging Filipino athlete ka?
Shucks, ang ganda. Ako, hindi ko ma-imagine eh.
Di ba ikaw si Fee Cantero.
PHI. Fee
Hison.
Hindi na IGN Butters. Dala mo yung buong angkan mo.
Oo.
Kung magiging Filipino athlete ka.
Oo. Ang gusto kong makita talaga si Fee Rezabek.
Tama. PHI Rezabek.
Ayan.
Kalahin mo yun sa likod ng
Pero alam mo, sino favorite ko ngayon?
Sino?
Anong season natin ngayon?
7.
Season 7 tayo sa RMC ngayon, di ba? Tama
Shout
ba
out,
ako?
RMC.
Season 7. Ang favorite kong makita, si Fee to.
Tama.
Kasi pito.
Nasaan na si PHI to?
Oo, nandun. Nagpapahinga si Fee
to. Siya po ang ating caster dito sa RMC.
Siya si Rockhart.
Nakasama niya kanina sa unang series, Rockhart. Last name, bagay talaga sa lahat. Imagine mo kung si Rockhart maging Filipino athlete this year, tapos ikaw, P! To! Whistle. Lipid, di ba? Napaka-catchy. Shout out, Carl Rockhart to.
Oo. Alam mo, sino kapatid ni Fito?
Sino?
Si Burrito.
Yung beta ngayon, T.O. ha? Kaso O lang ako, simula kasi.
Well, magkaabot tayo dyan, no?
Abot tayo dyan.
Pero ngayon, tingnan natin kung ano yung nangyari dito sa draft. Digital Devils, Demon Kings, if I'm not mistaken.
DDK.
Plus Z4 Pegaxy ang maglalaban dito. Itong DDK na to, sa totoo lang isa ito sa mga team na binabantayan ngayon because they are composed of ex-MPL pros and promising amateur players. So, usually guys, sa kahit anong eksena, magandang combination to para sa kanila.
Na-witness mo kung paano nagsimula yung mga to. Kung di ako nagkakamali dati, akala ko, yung IGN na Kilowash, akala ko cosplay, legit pala.
Oo.
Noong nag-start ako sa RMC Season 7, si Kilowash pa talaga. Alam ko, na-witness mo rin kung paano siya nagsimula eh.
Oo. At sa totoo lang, ito yun yung pinaka-idea kasi nung nung may experience ka, pati talent, raw talent, usually doon nag-shine yung mga raw talent eh.
Tama.
Kasi yung mga experience na napakita na nila kung ano meron sila eh. It's up to them how to take it to the next level.
Tama.
Pero, for amateur talent, parang dito pa lang sila magagabayan eh. Kumbaga yung guidance.
Tama.
Na pwedeng ibigay sa kanila.
Naalala ko nga dati kung paano pumasok sa casting, ikaw yung nagbigay sa akin ng guide.
Hindi
Ikaw yung one of my coaches din.
Hindi ako yun, pre.
Ikaw yun.
Ang tunay na naging gabay mo ay si Rockhart. Si Rockhart yung naging gabay natin lahat. Si Rockhart yung dahilan kung bakit may casting sa Pilipinas.
Yung siya yung naging ilaw at daan.
Oo.
Tama.
Ilaw at daan. Ano yun? Main road.
Highway.
Oo,
Break
yan,
the ring skyway.
Pero alam mo ito yung daan kasi dito ng side ng DDK para magkaroon sila ng, paano ba sabihin to? Pang-kopya. O
Of course.
pang-aura. Na hindi kumuha ang Super Pegaxy ng magandang ultimate dito. That's one of the things na maganda kay Valentina. Very flexible hero. And at the same time, you're limiting kung ano man yung pwedeng gawin dito ng kalaban mo. Kasi, if ever kukuha sila ng magandang ultimate, automatic dagdag yun para sa team mo eh.
Okay, so pinag-uusapan natin ultimate. Valentina inuna ng DDK. Hindi pa masyado pwedeng, meron tayong Iron Hawk, pwedeng may Bloody Hunt na pwedeng i-counter. So, pwede na sana nilang kunin. I was expecting ang Z4 Pegaxy, pwede sila mag-Farsa agad eh. Farsa Lapu or Farsa XP. Pwede nilang unahin. Pero for DDK, tinanggal nila dito yung, tinanggat ni Z4 ang Pegaxy, which is naging problema na last time. So, they're going for the utility muna, Fredrin na naging meta din dito sa RMC.
Alam mo ba, ang Bloody Hunt ay sa mga possible 50-50 na good-bad para kay Valentina na kunin na skill.
Bakit?
Isipin mo to maganda siya kay Franco kasi kapag nakahatak ka, malayo ka sa kalaban, pwede mo i-Bloody Hunt tapos ma-hold mo. Si Valentina kasi wala siya ng hook.
Tama.
Ang gagawin niya, magda-dash in siya. Sabihin na natin na yes, mabilis makapasok yung isang Valentina. Kaso ang problema naman, kapag nandun ka na sa gitna ng mga kalaban, nag-Bloody Hunt ka, hindi ganun kakunat ang isang Valentina katulad ng isang Franco.
So yun.
So ibig sabihin, Pros and cons. Yes, ma-hold mo. Yes, ma-burst down mo. Pero, most probably than not, ikaw tutumba.
So kung ikaw unang tutumba, kailangan meron kang malupit either na backline or isang frontline na pwedeng mag-absorb o pwedeng makapaghuli. Dahil kung huli ang pag-uusapan dito sa side ng Z4 Pegaxy, maganda yung kinunit ng Kadita in being in a a merging factor of Z4 Pegaxy sa kanilang power spike sa burst. Yung Kadita naman ay pwedeng maging way na kung haharap na yung Valentina, sabi mo, although may terrify siya, ito yung part na pwede mo siyang i-burst down. So dalawa na magiging problema niya. Yung Franco tapos yung Kadita.
So ngayon, kailangan pa dito makahanap ng C4 ng DDK ng isa pang mas magandang kunin na setup para dito kay Valentina. So, dito naman ako natatakot para sa Melissa kasi meron tayong tinatawag na flicker jutsu kasi kay Valentina.
Oo nga.
Pag nakuha yung kunin yung Bloody Hunt, punta sa gold lane, talon. Kagat.
Ayun lang. So pwedeng ma-pressure dito yung
Pwede kasi yun yung nga sa mga advantages din ng Bloody Hunt na parang kapag ka nakagat ka, wala nang takasan eh.
Wala na. Tapos may follow pa ng Kadita. Expecting early rotation to na may Kadita, may burst. Tapos merong earliest level 4. Datoy, pwede nila i-pressure yung gold lane.
Oo.
That's what you said.
Pero maganda din dito yung tama kasi sinabi mo kanina, utility and yung pinaka-damage dealer nila for the side of DDK. I like the Fredrin pick na nandito. Although it's
your team is picking.
It's a bit trapped in between good and a bad pick. Then, well, mostly nakalina ko ngayon sa lineup nila kasi hindi ko pa naman nakikita yung dalawang pick. It's a pretty okay pick dahil nga merong Melissa. Yun kasi yung gusto ng Melissa kapag nabato niya yung Chakadal.
Yeah.
Meron siya napapalo na isa sa harapan para tumatagos dun sa may likod.
So extended. Kahit malayo ka, pampa-increase ng signal.
Pagka tagal mo nang nawala, babalik ka rin. No, yan. Gary, baka naman.
Gary, huwag ka matulog.
Hindi naman si Gary natutulog, pre.
Yan.
Hindi naman yung question niya.
Hindi yun. Pero tama.
Babato yung Chakadal niya, si Fredrin kasi. Pero ito yung, naku.
Kaya pala.
Matapang pala talaga.
Maganda yung lapo. Bravest fighter, lapo-lapo.
Ngayon, in terms of securing dito yung mga XP laners, I don't really think that for the side of DDK, pwede pa sila kumuha dito nung mga damage dealers dahil nga kumuha na sila with the Valentina and Claude. But then again, kailangan niya pa rin sabayan yung pagiging explosive dito nung isang lapu-lapu. I really thought that for DDK, ito yung magiging magandang pick sa kanila pero na-deny.
Pinag-usapan natin kanina kung bakit hindi XP yung kinuha ng Z4 Pegaxy. Maybe ngayon, mas prinayo nila yung rotation with Melissa. Kasi in most of their games, it was the gold laner na ang bilis nilang umigot. Basta maka-fast clear sila in the first 3 minutes.
T-Smarts! Fredrin XP!
Ay, not I'm not quite sure about the Fredrin XP na may lapu-lapu. Although effective, kaya naman siya early game. Kaso ang problema dito, kung mag-absorb ng backline, dahil ang dami na nga ng problema ng Valentina, okay din naman yung Lolita eh. Kaso, magre-rely sila sa damage ni Claude, tapos ni Valentina if ever hindi ma-pressure. So, Martis in a way, yes. Pero kung sa ikot, may counter din yung Z4 Pegaxy dito.
I feel like yung DDK dito, they realize that wala tayong damage ng early.
Yeah.
Yung Valentina kasi, yes, sabihin natin makakagawa siya ng decent amount of damage. Yung Claude makaka-BM ay Blazing Duet. Kaso ang pinaka-problema mo naman doon, pre, is kapag kinulang, sino yung tatapos? So Decimate is actually a good skill na magamit para yun. Pero ito,
ganda nito, ha?
si Hanzo Guapito, pre.
Binan out nga yung Hayabusa. They were expecting either Lancelot or Hayabusa. Pero paano mo nga ba naman huhulihin? Ang daming takas sa side ng Z4 Pegaxy in a way na they have good coverage sa map. Knowing na sasamahan pa ng Franco and ng Kadita. This is one way na kaya nila maging independent sa lanes nila. Pero for DDK, they need to make everything count na especially kung makaka-level for ang Lolita. So, right now, pokes and slow muna ang side ng DDK. Pero in a global aspect, mas pumapabor ang side ng Z4.
Pero alam mo looking at this draft, I fear for the side of DDK. Parang wala silang pang huli.
Yun nga eh.
Dito ng isang Hanzo.
Sa Hanzo. So, either, kung wala silang huli, either maganda yung laning nila na kaya nila i-burst down yung Hanzo na mapapilitang lumabas sila sa kanilang mga pwesto.
Pero alam dito ni alam na dito ni Kenji kung ano yung alam dito. Well, actually, Fredrin pala to. Fredrin Fredrin Jungle.
Fredrin Jungle pa.
XP Claude. So tatapatan talaga nila ng damage tong Lapu.
Okay. Ngayon lang nakita ulit ng ng Martis on XP. Well, in this kind of scene. Pero okay, a different flavor for Triple DK. Let's see how will they go. So as expected, pwedeng maging mas maagang ikot ni Reggie, yung Franco. Pero in a way, kinakaunter din naman ni Tira.
Pero alam mo, si Kilowash pala to
Oh, yun, sabi ko kasi yung kanini.
Si Kilowash pala to, pre. Parang to eh. Eto sinasabi ko na sa ito. Si Kilowash kasi yung tatanging player sa MPL dati. Na wala siyang pakialam sa analysis. Ang gusto niya. Di ba siya ito? Okay,
siya to eh.
Cosplay lang pala yan.
Cosplay ba to?
Oo.
So ano ba? Tayong hindi.
Nag-cosplay nga.
Cosplay nga.
Ano to? 6 minutes Lotars. Okay, may nahuli. Light Tutu. Binabakbak ng onte. Ninak up. Nag-regen ng... Oy! Onti na lang. Okay. Guys, Kilowash, hindi siya to. So kung tingin nyo, si Kilowash yung naglalaro ngayon, mali kayo ng tingin, katulad namin. Kilowash cosplay to, pre. Idol niya siguro, pero Sindel, nakakuha na isang kill dito kay Kuya Claude.
Pero in a way, kung gusto mo milisan ng pampataas ng damage, that's the way to go. So kung si Z4 Pegaxy kinakuha ng isang kill sa taas, freely, pwede nila kunin yung turtle. Pero sabi nga dito ng Demon Kings, pre, tara, kunin natin yung turtle. Lugi tayo sa taas eh.
Pero nakikita mo si Palos, Hanso lang dito. Pero yun, nakita mo yung katawan sumama, pre! Nako, nagkamali sila dito, pumasok sa... pumasok sa delikado, pre! Usually, ang nakikita ko kasi, yung kaluluwa, yung sumasama dun sa katawan. Ngayon lang ako nakakita ng kaluluwa na pinasukan ng katawan, pre. Ganon yung nangyari dun, may kill din na nangyari dun sa taas. Yung Claude, 2 beses na nababagaan siya dito, pre.
Iba na yun. Balikan natin sa replay.
Ayan
Instant replay. Balikan natin.
Ayan tinan mo yung katawan nalapit sa kaluluwa. Usually yung kaluluwa yung lumalapit. Ayan bobo yun. Huli, pre.
Baliktad na ngayon eh. Time is changing, Thurs. Di ba nakatawa?
How fast the light changes, pre?
Walang sinabi si Zane. Yun na lang pala katapat ngayon eh. Reggie, sabi mo kanina, kung si Palos ang naging Hanzo, sabi mo ang problema, kailangan nila magandang kuwang huli. So, kung walang huli ang triple DK, damage ka naman ng katapat early game.
Maganda kasi pre na walang panghuli dito yung DD Demon Kings. Kaso ang problema, kung ikaw na mismo yung nalapit, hindi ka nila kailangan hulihin. Ayun, si Kuya Reggie, na-pressure shot, o pumakok si Palos. Tamang tamang init lang.
Di ka pa rin makalimutan na nangyari. Pero we will see more of that. Yung mga ganong klaseng mga galawang Hanzo. Na kung kayo witness or nakapanood ng Shake, Rattle, and Roll, hindi to yun.
Ha?
Hindi to yun. Anong episode na ba? Anong movie na ba? Hindi na ata nag-exist yun ngayon eh.
Kapag ka, tinanong ka, what are your top 15 movies of all time? Sabihin mo, Shake, Rattle, and Roll 1 to Shake, Rattle, and Roll 15. Valid yun. Valid yun, pre. Kung wala kang maisip, sabihin mo, Shake, Rattle, and Roll 1. Oy, naku. Kuya Reggie. Si Kuya Reggie galing tong Team Payaman. Pro team. Kaya kaya ganyan maglaro yan eh. Ay no, paldo-paldo si Kilo Wash. Nakuha na. Eto na. Lay tuto. Naikutan si Kilo Wash dito, pumasok, nakita natin, pero patakbo ang kanyang ultimate. At yun na naman yung kailangan dito ng side ng C4 Pegaxy ay actually makuha ng DD Demon Kings para mapigilan kahit paano dito sila Palos. Nagamit ni Palos yung kanyang retry. But the thing is, mas ready ang side ng DDDK at mas maganda yung pwesto nila noong mga panahon na yun. Looking at the levels pa, nauuna sa levels ngayon si Aspect kasi nasa level 8 siya.
Kung level 8 ang pag-uusapan natin, okay din naman si Tira. Ang item ng may Aliga Gem, pero si Palos sinusubukan i-poke si Tira habang meron siyang ultimate ng Blood Yard. Pinag-usapan kasi sa draft. Kaso ang kanyang, off-cam kill, Shindel. Kung gusto ko ikaw ang Melissa, ito yung mga moments na, shucks. Ito na yung time na start of the snowball na. Z4 Pegaxy, Shindel, 4-0 sa Melissa.
Yun yung pinaka-problema dito, pre, ng side ng DDDK ngayon. Hindi makahanap ng break dito si Maung Z. Dahil, wala kumbaga lahat ng tutok sa kanya and on point si Reggie sa lahat meron siyang 3 deaths. Lahat yun, kasama si Reggie at si Aspect dito, tumatakbo. Naku po na Bloody Hand! Sumama sa masamang mama. Andito na si Bin, Kuya Bin. Tignan natin kung ano pa pwede yung gawin. May Breath of the Ocean. But still, one more hit. Tinamaan siya doon ng rumaragasang tubig. Mongsi gumamit ng Blazing Duet. Wala na siyang BMI at si Sindel ayaw habulin sila itutu. Dahil ang gusto niyang kunin talaga doon ay yung Claude.
Dahil sa dami ang iwas ng Z4 Pegaxy, ang Lai Tutu, ang ultimate ni Lai Tutu na commit niya earlier side ng Z4 kung saan pwede na sanang gamitin. Although wala siyang may nahuli doon, flickers down by the minute. Kaso ang the only way for Demon Kings to answer side ng Z4 Pegaxy, in a growing scale na mid-game yung hinihintay nila, you need to make that ultimates count. Kaso nagkulang nga dito, nagkulang sa information ang Triple DK kung sino nga ba ang unahin nila doon sa bushes.
At kung napapansin nyo ngayon, guys, kung ikaw yung isang caster dyan, sino ka?
Ako pipiliin ko na maging kasi gusto ko yung IGN ko unique. PHI to.
Tama ako si Naisu. Malaki akong tao eh.
Rezabek.
Pareho kami. Kung kailangan nyo ng big boy, si Naisu yun.
Look no further.
Di ba may kanta ngayon, I need a big boy?
Correct.
Si Naisu yung kinakantahan nun.
Yes. May siguro at some point isang TikTok content creator para, yun. Big boy.
Uy. Kuya Reggie. Reggie Miller! Huli na naman dito! At grabe yung ginagawa ni Reggie. Yung hook. The iron hook. Hindi sila makatakas. Kumbaga hindi nila ina-expect kung saan galing si Reggie.
Dalawa. Pwede mahuli.
May nahuling dalawa. Si Aspect dito tumatakbo. Pero tinatamaan pa rin siya ni Sindel. Doon niya napili mag-response. Si Kenji ginagawa yung lahat kahit papano. Para mabawi pero Kenji! May isa pa! Mag-isa na lang dito si Kenji. Hinahabol siya. Pinigilan nila si Tira. At si Kenji naman dito tumatakbo. Gusto lang naman makatakas na knock-up siya dito. And let us see, Sindel, sinusubukan siya i-take down. Andun yung Chakadal.
Kenji!
Pinapalo-palo ni Kenji, pero si Sindel, one more hit.
Muntik na.
Muntikan na.
Pag-usapan.
Ay, sila ituto. Mabul.
Papawin, uy.
Oh, may flicker, may ultimate. Tingnan natin kung lalaban. Si Reggie na dito pipigil.
Si Reggie. Okay. Doon pa lang sa encounter ng Z4 Pegaxy, maganda sana yung huli nila ituto, pero isa namang hook mula kay Reggie. Pinalapit lang muna doon sa kanilang area of responsibility versus Kilowash. Makakuha ata dito ng isa. Maungsi, Lazy Duet.
Nako! Sige, ay, sayang, kamuntikan na. Kala ko makakatakas na pero may bravest fighter na binigay si Aspect, nakahuli ng dalawa. Energy Eruption, saan lalabas yung Breath of the Ocean? Si Palos! Nahuli yung mga membro doon sa may likod. At unti-unti ding napaparusahan dito yung side ng Z4 Pegaxy, pero that won't be enough. Si Kenji, meron ding huli na magaganap dito sa kanya. At si Palos naman nandun lang sa may area at susubukan niya lang kahit paano kulitin ang mga miyembro dito ng side ng Demon Kings.
A good pick-off daw, dalawa sa pinaka-importanting member ng Z4 Pegaxy na wala dito na merong leeway ang Triple DK para makakuha dito ng isang Lord. Kaso nga lang, may nahuli dito sa may bush. Ultimate, Light Tuto, sinusubukan i-pull ang Z4 Pegaxy.
Si Reggie nahawakan yung isang miyembro pero hindi yun yung mag-retry. Hinahabol nila unti-unti yung mga miyembro ng side ng Demon Kings dito at unti-unti nagka-kite back yung side ng DDDK. Naghahanap na sila ng timing dito para kahit papano ay makakuha na pa ng isang kill. Pero sila Vin, sila Sindel, lumalaban. The wind of nature will be used. Pero nabaliktad na naman dito si Maungsi. Tama na sa kanya. Tama na sana yung ginagawa niya doon. Kaso meron pa palang pang comeback doon. Yung side ng C4 Pegaxy, 1-7-1 na ang score ni Maungsi ngayon. Parang naglaro ka ng ML pero hindi ka pinaglaro.
Yun yung problema dito. Kung hindi maaagapan ng Z4 Pegaxy ang damage output ni Maungsi ngayon, kailangan nila tingnan na in all angles, isang bagsak nila ituto, pwedeng mabago yung laban or daloy mismo na kanilang gameplay. In order for this to work, ang comeback potential ng Triple DK ay mas lumalamang ng konti if hindi masesarado ng Z4 Pegaxy yung mga ganitong klase teamfights. Pwede magkaroon ng trade. Kaso at some point sa pwede makapagbigay ng set, si Reggie dito, inuuna siya kaagad ni Kenji. Yung Decimate, medyo nahihirapan siya makakuha dito ng magandang pwesto or even ultimate sa side ng Triple DK.
At sila ituto, tinan mo, naghahanap lang yan ng isang magandang isang magandang ultimate. Si Palos, nagamit na yung kanyang ultimate dito na nagamit na yung Spiritista technique. Hoy, Aspect! Uy, kamunti ka na. Bakit ka natatawa? Totoo naman, Spiritista yun eh. Kaya niyang tanggalin yung espiritu niya, tapos yung espiritu niya yung papalo.
Tama.
Oh, Kenji. Kuya Kenji.
Oy.
Ayan
na, si Palos.
Hindi nila kinakaya Sindel dito.
Grabe si Palos.
Grabe si Kilowash, pre. Uy, wala pre, unti-unti nang nababakbak yung base dito ng side ng DDDK. Wala silang magawa doon kay Sindel. Kahit sabihin na natin na yes, napatay nila ibang mga miyembro dito ng side ng C4 Pegaxy, pero 11-0-3 si Sindel is having the time of his life right now. Ang daming nahuli ni Palos doon, may nanakap pa siya. Pero at least this time around, yung kaluluwa niya, yung sumanib sa katawan.
Tama. Andiyan na si Kuya Ed. Z4 Pegaxy kumakatok na sa base ng Demon Kings. Kaso ngayon si Vin kalahati ang buhay, may knock-up. Merong rough waves. Kaso dito natin nakikita na nahihirapan din ng Z4 Pegaxy to clear up the base of Demon Kings. Mainly because the problem of Kenji of Light Tuto. Kung titiran ang defensive items, may Anticuras, may Athena Shield, and also may Dominance Ice. Slowing down the process of the attack speed ni Sindel. Kaso ito yung time na pwedeng iset up ni Light Tuto dahil may flicker siya. Although, ang two core items na isang ng Lolita ay napaka-vital sa mismong laban na to, kailangan makuha siya either 2 or 3 na pwedeng ma-burst down ang Z4 Pegaxy. Kaso, at some points, si Palos anang force out ng mga ultimates once yung kaluluwa niya ay gumagala.
ay natatandaan mo ang kaluluwa kapag kaganyan. Kailangan mo si Ed Kaluwag, pero nandito, napakaganda. Nung ginawa dito na side ng DDDK, yung naman blast sumama kay Sindel. At nandito na naghahabulan na yung mga members dito ng side ng both teams. Si Tira, nagkamali ng pinuntahan. Si Kiluwash dito, gusto mag-MPL. Maungsi, unti-unti, tumatakbo. Inaabot sila yung Spirito. Tumakbo ka! Ayan na siya! Narito siya para makipag-aaway at si Reggie. Nawakan na bloody hand. Ayan na naman yung katawan. Sumapi na naman sa kaluluwa. But this time around, tama yung pacing at tama yung nangyari. Kaya Z4 Pegaxy wins game number 1.
Dominating fashion. The team on the top charts pa rin ang nakakuha ng unang punto sa kanilang laban. May mga konting trades na nangyari, pero at some point nakita nila yung problema. The consequences ng late game ay pwede maging terrible sa kanilang side. Pero the more na kanina na, alam nila yung part na nag-conceal na doon, yung kabilang team, yun yung error na pwede nilang i-commit. So, the process of hindi nakuha yung setup, tumaas yung depensa kanina ng Z4 Pegaxy. To the point na nabaliktad nila.
Oh, ay, yun kasi yun eh. This is a matter of putting your eggs into one basket. Nahuli ni Sindel. Tama naman yung nangyari. Yun yung magandang start para sa side ng DDDK. Kaso ang problema, hindi accounted for yung iba. And that's a testament kung gaano kalamang si Sindel, kung gaano siya ka-threat doon sa DDDK. I think it's a matter of yung huli na yon, it happened way too late in the game.
Yeah.
Dahil kailangan mo na talaga i-utilize lahat eh. Pero kasi, it was a nice catch. That was promising. Pero, after that, ano pa ibabato mo sa ibang members kapag ginamit mo na lahat kay Sindel?
Kasi kung ibabato mo lahat yun, siguraduhin mo na yung damage mo enough. Dahil kung ang pwede lang i-rely on the damage, it's just yung Claude. So kung mawala na si Claude, pwede silang umasa kay Frederin or even kay Valentina. Kaso ang problema, na-pressure sila at most of the time ng early game.
And wala eh. Kumbaga, si Maungzi din, sabihin na lang natin na yes, may chance siya makabawi kasi medyo tumagal din naman yung game. Pero having that 1-7-1 scoreline, you can't really blame the player. Kasi he was being pressured by Reggie. And nakita naman natin, hot hands si Reggie nung early game. Lahat ng hook niya tumatama. Kaya nga nagkaroon ng fighting chance bigla dito yung side ng DDDK, it's because nawala yung hot hands na yon. At may mga times na hindi na tumatama yung hook. That's why they had a chance to go for a comeback. Kaso, ang problema is, it's a bit too late. Diba? So guys, now, ipasa naman natin sa ating analyst for the post-game analysis, none other than the RMC heartthrob na si Carl Rockheart To.
Yep, ang kwento ng game na yon, si Reggie Miller nga tumira ng 3. Tumama, may kasama pang foul. Welcome guys. That game, actually nagulat ako. 11 minutes almost. I think that was almost 10 minutes, 11 minutes game. And I barely had time to finish my lunch. And I hope kumain na kayo. Hopefully you guys are good. So that game actually I think is a testament to how well coordinated a team can actually be. Because coming into that one, ang hirap. Actually, draft pa lang, when I saw the draft, I was thinking, kailangan ko yatang bilsan-bilsan yung lunch ko kasi ayun na nga talaga. That did spell a disaster, and I think that Z4, they're crafting a bit of a balance when it comes to games like these. So, we should see very soon stuff that happened in that game. And yeah, there you go. I was looking for this. First of all, I like people na matapang na nagtatry ng Hanzo picks. Kasi, honestly, it's a really strong pick. Pero it needs a very specific na lineup para gumana. Now, pwede mong pagana to if you have players like the Lapu-Lapu, yung mga hero tulad ng Kadita, napakadulas, napakahirap nilang hulihin. So, busy yung kalaban mo na naghahunting ng mga heroes na to, kaya wala silang time na huntingin ka. And when there is a time na hindi mo makita yung Hanzo, pag hindi mo napansin na, uy, farm na pala to ng farm, dun siya lumalakas at dun ka nahuhuli ng iyong kalaban. That's why Hanzo picks like this are very good. But at the same time, they're also very risky. So I'm actually glad na na-pull off din to ng Z4. And DK, I still think they could have won this. Especially if they bought enough time para kay Maungzi to actually farm up on that blood. Pero yeah, and I was watching the replays, I was seeing highlights like this over and over again. This Hanzo, talagang medyo nakapagwala siya eh. Aside from the fact na obviously si Reggie is very hot hands nga, ika nga nila dito, na may lumamig lang naman na moments onte where they let go of the early game a little bit, konti lang naman. Other than that, the rest of the game was actually theirs. Like Tutu, there were some nice tries on the Numen Blast like we saw here, pero the team fights definitely still went in favor of Z4 Pegaxy nung times na wala na nga yung mga ultimates na tulad nito na kailangan nilang katakutan. And props to Z4 as well na na-realize nila yung mga moments na hindi nila kailangan masyadong mag-alala, na hindi nila kailangan masyadong maging aware, or they don't need to try to survive, they just need to try to hunt down their opponents. Kita mo naman yan yung mga ganong klaseng hooks, like, mapapaisip ko talaga, kung ikaw yung Hanzo, hindi mo na kailangan masyadong gumalaw eh. Kasi ginagawa na ng teammates mo yung trabaho na keep them busy and you have enough time to scale. Kaya nga napag-scale yung Hanzo. Actually, the Hanzo was barely part of that last team fight na nakita natin doon. So, big props to Z4 Pegaxy. Maganda yung draft nila nung una, yung 4 picks na nakuha nila to provide protection. Although, syempre, yung Demon Kings naman, they also are aware dun sa win condition nila, which is ito namang si Mauzi, to try to buy time. Patagalin natin yung laro, maybe we can make this a close game. Pero close game, hindi yun yung plano. That's not the plan of G4 Pegaxy. Ang plano nila dito, yan, pick off tayo ng pick off, pitas tayo ng pitas, para matapos natin ng napakabilis. And I think there in this time, ito na yun. Ito pala yun. Here you go. It was just very difficult for them to, yung front line nila, ang hirap mag-survive against the damage output na nagawa ng Z4 Pegaxy. At this moment, it was like 8K gold lead. So that's a lot. Tapos naka-maniac pa talaga. Na feeling ko, savage pa dapat yon. Na KS pa ni Kuya Reggie. Yeah, joke lang. Tama lang naman. He got the kill, but that was actually a potential savage in my opinion. So, because of all of this, that will definitely net to an MVP performance by Sindel. There you go. So, ang kwento nito guys, ang Hanzo, good pick yan. Lalo pag meron kang mga tropa pips tulad ng isang, you know, Reggie na napakagaling ng hook. His hooks are very active, especially until mga 11-minute to 10-minute mark, ganun. So, after that, sakto na lang, kasi nakahabol na yung teammates niya. So, once nakahabol yung teammates niya, he was able to just do what he wanted to do nung dulo. Kaya nga hindi na kailangan masyadong mag-hook-hook, ganun. So, ang focus nun is to just keep the game busy. Keep your enemy busy while your attackers, while your teammates are going for the offensive. And mission successful para dito sa Z4 Pegaxy para sa game number 1. Now for game number 2, I'm not sure kung DDDK makabawi pa. I know they have it in them, so let's see if that's gonna happen here. Pass it to our casters again, Butters and OSX.
Thank you so much. Solid na solid. Our Philippine heartthrob, Carl Rockarto.
The RMC heartthrob.
Tandaan nyo, color red yung coat niya.
Color red yung coat niya. Actually, nagtanong siya kanina eh. Sabi niya, guys, kumain na ba kayo? Ingat talaga lahat.
Isang malupit na paalala mula kay Rocker. Dahil syempre sa mga nakaraang araw, Butters ang init kaya?
Ang init
talaga. Ang init, umuulan, uminit, importante, busog.
Oh, nag-ano nga daw, pre? Nag 50 degrees.
Tama.
Sabi ni Kuya Kim yun.
Ni Kuya Kim, 50.
Nakamdaman mo ba?
Oo. In a way.
Papalapit na tayo sa baba.
pero going back sa match natin ngayong araw, Z4 Pegaxy still remains on a winning streak.
Tama.
Dahil even on the last encounter, nagkaroon sila ng mga 2-1. Although, yun yung mga parts na dine-deny nila on get their comfort picks. Dahil kung Z4 Pegaxy, yung lineup nila kanina, it's mostly on the Melissa and also the Franco, na nakapagbigay ng way. Yung Kadita pick, yung first phase Kadita pick na may kasama Franco, Melissa, Kadita, yun yung part na if you're the opposing side, kailangan mo pigilan yung rotation. And then, so nangyari, naging snowball na lang kay Melissa. Yung kay Shindel, so unang kill pa lang.
And yeah, I mean, ganun talaga yung klase ng game na magagawa mo if you're a Melissa. I mean, Melissa is one of those heroes talaga na kaya mambuli in lane kahit 1v1. And samahan mo pa ng ganong klaseng potential. So, it's something that we really have to look on dito sa game number 2. If hindi ba gawin ng DDK yung Melissa? Sa totoo lang, para sa akin, yung Melissa, hindi siya ban-worthy sa first 3 bans na gagawin mo for the first phase.
No.
Pero if ever ganun kaganda yung laro, possible Parang possible na respetuhin mo na lang for the side of the DK. Although, I think 30-70, 30 yes, pag-isipan nila yun. Pero 70% parang hindi pa rin nila ibaban out yun kasi ang daming heroes na mas magaganda eh.
Yeah, and kanina na-ban nung nasa blue side, si Z4 Pegaxy, no? Binan out nila yung Arlot eh.
Yeah.
Mga comfort pick nila yun eh. So, the fact na pwede mag-exist yung Joy at saka yung Arlot, inunan nila muna yung tank tsaka yung marksman na lang nila. So, ngayon, depende nila kung mag-switch side sila. So, it's either uunahin nila yung Arlot dito or mag-joy sila.
Pero alam mo, this is the thing about the drafting of MLBB ngayon. Parang laging merong isa o dalawang open. Ang daming heroes sa mga ganda. So now, ang tanong dito sa DDDK, sila yung 2
Your
picks.
team is banning.
Are they gonna ban out an Arlot katulad ng sinabi mo?
Yeah.
Kasi kapag sabihin lang natin, if you're DDDK ngayon, pwede ka kumuha first pick. Para sa Melissa, ban mo yung Arlot ngayon. Pwede ka mag-para sa Predrin.
Pwede.
Di ba?
So kung DDK, ban out the Arlot. Sabi may talaga eh. May something kay Z4 Pegaxy once they get their hands on the
Napakasakit
Arlot.
kasi ng damage yun ngayon. Kahit i-tank mo yan, kahit i-semi-tank build mo yan, basta may Hunter Strike yan, wala, ang sakit
Ganon
talaga.
Yun lang kailangan ni Arlot eh. So, ngayon ba, ito sinabi mo, pwede maging open si Valentina, si Farsa, si Fredrin. Tinanggal nila yung Glue and yung Eve. So, pwede rin setup kay Faramis.
Pwede sila mag-Faramis dito, pero I don't think Faramis will be first pick material para sa ng Z4 Pegaxy. Baka pwede kay DDDK kasi duo Diluvio naman yung kukunin nila eh.
Sa bagay, pwede, pero Fred, okay. Fred utility pa rin kay Z4 Pegaxy.
Pwede.
Kanina nag-expect nga tayo na yung Martis, di ba in-explain kanina ng ng DDK. So, ngayon, I believe ito Z4 Pegaxy, sometimes they don't do the Fredrin XP eh. So, possibly, ito yung prinayo nila ngayon. But, inopen na lang Valentina again for DDK. And also, yung Farsa na pinag-usapan natin kanina, dahil binanout din nila yung Eve.
I guess, ang tinitingnan ko naman dito kasi, yung Farsa, pwedeng makuha. Yung Eve kasi na-ban out na din eh. Melissa Farsa.
Tama ka.
Oh, tama.
Farsa.
Melissa Farsa.
Tama tayo.
Agawin mo na lang. 1 point tayo.
1 point each. Tama yun. So, DDK, ayaw nila makuha yung burst. So, nagkulang sila sa burst kanina. All daladali nga yung Valentina. So, binabalik nila to. So, pwede pa rin magkaroon ng feathered airstrike yung Z4 Pegaxy if kukunin nila yung ngayon, yung Val. Dahil ngayon, Marksman and... Marksman and burst. So, kinuha nga nila.
Your team is picking.
Okay.
Kung hindi magagandahan dito ng DDDK yung kanilang roam, may part sa akin na malulugi palalo dito yung side ng DDDK. Kailangan nila dito ng parang Franco na hero na kaya mag-hold ng isang tao kasi yun yung difference maker para kay Farsa. Kung ma-hold mo yung isang member ng side ng Z4 Pegaxy or ng DDK, kakainin niya yung buong feathered airstrike na nanakaw ni Valentina. Tapos, yun na yun, -1 na agad. -1 na agad yan.
So, with that, either kailangan nila ng pang-disable sa likod habang nag-feathered airstrike yung Farsa. Dahil either protection na lang para kay Farsa. So, they went for the Lancelot. Carry yan, di ba? They banned out the carry. Wala pa akong marksman na side ng Z4 Pegaxy. Also the Kufra. And also good ban for Z4 dahil nga merong Lancelot. So, with this, target nila ngayon ang marksman ni Shindel. So, if you're a Melissa, pwedeng maging open yung Claude.
Ban nila Beatrix.
Ban Beatrix, pero ma-open yung Claude kay Z4. So, dahil pinag-uusapan ni Beatrix, ito yung mga comfort picks ng Z4 na pwede nilang iwasan.
Beatrix yung i-ban out nila sa Z4 Pegaxy. Alam mo naman yung combo na ginagawa, di ba? Yung paired airstrike tapos Renner shot. Kapag tumama yung dalawang yun, see you next life.
Parang parang Happy New Year.
Oo, ganun yung klase. Tapos maganda rin yung ban yung Beatrix dito dahil yung combination nila ni Tito Franco. Ni Tito Franco. Oo, i-hold. Tapos ibobombahin, igagranada, i-Isabel. Or taratratin na lang todo-todo. Kasi kumbaga parang auto-hit na yung mga sniper shots mo nun eh.
Exactly.
So ngayon, masaya dito ang side ng Z4 Pegaxy kasi hindi sila talaga nawalan totally ng mga magandang pick. I would say na yung Claude is actually forgivable kung bibigay mo yun sa side ng Z4 Pegaxy. Dahil it takes time. Mas kailangan talaga daanan dito yung Melissa para kahit paano bato siya na isang magandang blazing duet. Yun yung isa sa mga downside kay Claude. Kailangan mo lumapit talaga sa may gitna. Pero
especially kung may Lancelot tapos may Farsa pa. Yun yung mga traps na parang sana hindi ka nalang dumiretso. Sana
hindi ka nalang dumiretso, di ba? Pero kasi ang problema kasi kay Beatrix, kailangan niya lang magbato ng ultimate eh.
Yan.
Your team
ito yung sinasabi natin. Meron silang pick-up combination, meron silang sipa. Madali sipain din yung Fredrin just to take the objectives if ever kakailanganin dito ng side ng DDDK. So, tingnan natin kung Beatrix nga ba yung mga possible na kunin dito ng Z4 Pegaxy.
Okay, so Beatrix is open for Z4 dahil wala pa silang marksman and also their XP lane. Lapo is still open, na-ban out na rin yung glue. So, possibly set up din nila to. Pwede nilang kunin up against DDK. Dahil XP lane nila, wala pa rin now, pero pwede nila yung secret mag-Yuzong na rin eh, no? Meron sila mag-Yuzong for DDK.
Pwede sila mag-Yuzong. Actually, it's a good pick.
Oh!
Tama, Bea,
Your team is picking.
Pegaxy. Pinredict namin yung mga pili nila. Paramdam ko, coach na to eh.
Coach B.
Ikaw si Coach O.
Coach O.
DDDK. Pwede lang kunin dito, Lapo.
Yes, pwede rin. Nagme-make sense para sa Yuzong na pwedeng magaling sa backline. So, Lapo or...
Kaso pagka nag-Lapo...
okay. XP?
XP, Cho!
Okay.
Ha?
Wait lang. Tama ba? Feeling ko XP Farsa eh.
XP
Lilia.
XP Lilia, kaso...
Against Yuzong, a bit of an interesting choice for DDK, pero...
Nagigits ko kasi na possible siya gawin kasi may showroom tapos may Lancelot na tank.
Okay.
So, possible talaga siyang gawin kasi meron ka naman dalawang makunat. Kaso, ang pinaka-problema ko dito sa lineup ng DDDK, parang sobrang kulit ng mga tanke nila. Darating sa point na madali habulin or madali i-backline dito yung... actually, hindi na nga backline yung tawag dun eh. Kapag kumulit na yung Lancelot, kumulit na yung Cho, yung Lilia, Parsa, tsaka Melissa, sila na yung frontline.
Yes.
Kasi pareho nang lumikod yung yung Cho tsaka yung Lance eh.
Tama. So may pang force out yung yung side ng DDK. Kaya siya naka-purify.
At si Kuya Kench. Ang problema ko dito para side ng DD Demon Kings is yung safety nung kanilang backline. Parang kailangan talaga nilang bantayan ng todo-todo dito yung side ng yung kanilang side or kanilang backline kuno Pero ayun na nga, dahil nga doon sa innate capability na wala ang isang Lilia in the early game dahil gusto nila muna mag-level 2 to, ay binigyan na nila agad ng problema. Tinan mo si Reggie dito, binabantay lang, hinuhook niya lang si Kenji. Ang ginagawa niya, i-delay lang kita, mauuna dapat sa XP yung ano namin, yung XP laner naman, dapat lagi siyang mas una sa'yo. Kasi once na nauna dito si Kenji, kaya niya naman talaga i-force out palabas ng lane dito si Yuzhong, si Kidowash.
Okay din kasi dahil may black shoes ka, may reset ka si Kenji. In a way, pwedeng mapalapit na si Kilowash sa Tori at pwedeng i-bait katulad nito. Dalawa ang pwedeng humabol sa kanya. Si Kilowash pero si Palos dito para sumuporta.
Pero merong knock-up na mangyayari. Si Palos ay nakita nila at sila Tutu ay mapapaalis. Nakikita mo naman yung alalay na ginagawa nila kay Kilowash dito sa may baba. Sobrang minimal lang, pero kung nakikita mo din yung binibigay na attention naman ng mga members ng DDDK para alalayan dito si Kenji, ay makikita mo na talaga nagko-commit sila ng todo-todo. At si Vin, lumapit, sila ituto ang kanilang target at na-petrify si Aspect pero makakapag-dash out just in time.
Ito nga yung pwedeng gamitin ng Z4 Pegaxy in terms of getting their ganks. Pero si Tira mukhang mapapanganib dito kanyang buhay. Si Vin nakaspot ng isa and gives away for Z4 Pegaxy para makakuha ng unang turtle sa laban na to.
And this is going to be a fairly easy turtle to get kasi I don't think DDDK nasa posisyon pa sila to contest this in any way. Alam nila na nagkakaproblema si Kenji. Alam nila na ang daming kailangan ayusin doon sa may lane at meron pang proseso ng pag-takedown doon kay Mahongzi ulit sa may top lane. Nahuli ni Aspect si Reggie pero I think the damage has been done. OSX, kumbaga, yung pinaka-target nila, ang sinabi na lang doon ni Reggie, mission complete.
Kung mission complete si Reggie, ito yung pwedeng i-pressure sa side ng Demon King. So ganun sila kabilis mag-clear ng lanes at makakuha ng magandang pressure dito kay Mahongzi. Ito yung part na pwedeng mapiga dito si Aspect to respond on all team fights. Dahil kung ang damage ang titingnan natin dito at kung madelay nga dahil may one death na nga din si Mahongzi, mag-rely sila kay Aspect para tumawid dun sa bridge. Light 2-2, received some pokes. Pero si Tira, still holding and clearing the lanes, which is a good way na para hindi nga dito sila ma-pressure, para hindi ma-open yung mga kampo nila.
At OSX meron tayong laging ikot dito sa may baba. And yun yung isa sa mga downsides na pagkakaroon ng mage na XP laner. Yan, sabihin na lang natin na kapag XP laner kasi, ang una kasi naiisip is mahirap i-take down, makunat, makulit. Si Lilia kasi hindi yun. So yung vulnerable yung top lane, nasamahan din ng vulnerable na bottom lane. So kaya inuuna dito talaga si Lilia. Kumbaga naghahati ng atensyon dito si Palos. Papansinin mo si Palos umiikot-ikot siya lang siya dun sa may dalawang lane kasi alam niyang may kill potential doon sa may dalawang member na yun.
Kung pag-uusapan natin si Palos, 001, ang unang item na kailangan is the steal leg place. Pero si Tira, naging easy target kay Palos pero may Way of the Dragon, may kasama ng Jeet Kundo. Pero ngayon, late 2-2 na depensahan nga ang kanilang Torre pero dalawang nawala aside ng Demon Kings.
Naku, napakasama nito. Nakuha pa yung plating, yung energy shield. Nakuha ng buong-buo ni Sindel. Napakasarap niyan if ever ikaw ay isang gold laner. Kumbaga, natatalo mo na si Mahongzi in terms of the farm. Nakuha mo pa yung shields. Pre, magkano na kaya gold niyan? Pakiramdam ko, direct pa item check
Kung pagbabasihan natin ang gold...
Ayan Tingnan mo yung gold. 2-5 versus 3-7. Halos 1-2. Ang galing ko sa math. Sindel. Ay, hindi nila kakayanin yung damage output. Pero eto na ang Dragon. Pumasok na siya. Naku, hinabol yung Ibon. Pero hindi niya pinilit sila ituto na lang yung paparusahan. Kasi alam nila na masyado ng malalim if ever i-go pa nila yon.
Kung pag-uusapan natin ng kalaliman na overcommitment ng Demon Kings, ito yung way na nakapagkuha pa si Pegaxy ng mga turtle na objective sa kanilang progress ng early game. So kung titingnan natin kung paano nga didepensa ng Demon Kings, in most of the team fights, nawawala sila 2-2. Kung nagkakaroon siya ng maling angulo, ang bilis na mapunish dahil nga sa damage sa Sindel ngayon. Sabi mo kanina, ang abance ngayon sa gold ay si Sindel. Meron na rin siyang Blade of Despair, tapos yung boots niya. So ang lamang kay Mahongzi, mas mataas yung damage, niya ngayon, penetration. Pero ngayon, nasta na sila 2-2. Pero buhay pa!
Damage. Hindi kinaya ng sniper si Kenji. May black shoes na kinuha si Bin. And is it really the best skill na kunin ngayon ni Vin, possibly. Because pwede din nila mahuli din sa Mahongzi. Oy, naku po, ginamit na yung go away. Umalis na sila.
Ito yung problema ngayon. Dahil may go away nga si Demon or triple DK, ang pwede nilang gawin dito is pwedeng umanggulo si Tira at mismo din si Lai2-2. May burst damage, may setup na pwede nilang i-take down sa Z4 Pegaxy. Kaso naging problema, ang laging hinaharangan ni Reggie dito na pwedeng makakuha ng magandang pwesto ay si Lai2-2. Kenji is only a better key na parang na-force out siya ng lahat ng ultimates. So, in a way, pwede nilang sagutin to, pero ang damage kailangan din Uy! Ay, lumabas pero may na-force out na naman. Sabi ko sa'yo, pati Purify na gamit.
And Kenji, may paramdam ako, OSX, napindot niya yung kanyang black shoes doon dahil kung iisipin mo, takas na siya doon sa Purify pa lang eh. Hindi na siya mahahatak doon eh.
Yun lang. May na-force out ang Z4 Pegaxy so walang pang bait ka ng Demon Kings pero merong isang follow-up sila Lai2-2. Effective pa yung kanyang angle pero ngayon si Kilowash, Black Dragon form, ginamit na rin. Conceal play Butters.
And naghanap si Reggie dito ng isang possible na mahuhook pero nakita mo yung ginawa?
Ibang klase yun?
Dash in, TP-TP, black shoes.
Parang code yun sa control.
dash in, TP-TP, black shoes, pre.
Ang galing nun ha. May oras pa siya para mag-TP-TP.
Well, yun yung pangasar niya at siguro na-realize niya din na parang ay mali nga itong ulti na nakuha ko. Para gagamitin ko na lang siya pang-asar at si Reggie ay nabigyan. Gumamit ng Nibiru's Passion para kahit paano yung pababa yung buhay ng mga members dito ng DDK, possibly taking down one. Kaso, ang problema is max range na yung ginamit niya.
Kung max range ang pag-uusapan, paano nga ba maaabot ng triple DK ang mga member ng Z4 Pegaxy? Sindel on a 2-0-0, ang gusto mo ma-shutdown to eh. Ang problema lang dito kay Lai2-2, the more na lumalapit siya sa mismong team fighting area ng Z4 Pegaxy, ang bilis na ma-burst down. Una pa lang, kung makatanggap pa ng Terrify kay Vin, hindi na pwedeng mawalang mawala na mismo yung pwestuhan mo. Pero sila Lai2-2, ito na nga yung angle, ito na ba yun?
Pero hindi niya itutuloy kasi masyadong madaming umikot. At siya mabibigyan doon sa mga ganong panahon. Kasi Sindel, unti-unti lang ginagamit yung kanyang range para makatapos ng isang tore. At kung papansinin, si Lai2-2 ay nananakbo na, merong hook na gagamitin at nakikita mo naman yung keep away game na pinapakita dito ng side ng DDDK at may nahuli. Lai2-2, saan ka pupunta? Dito ka lang sa amin. At ngayon, Z4 Pegaxy, they're taking down DDDK one by one. Ito na lang yung alam nila, ito na lang yung kailangan nila. Ayaw nila mag-force ng fights. Gusto nila pa-pick off lang tayo. Kasi ang kalaban talaga natin dito is objectives tsaka tore.
Ito yung butas ng Demon Kings from the beginning na paano mo nga ba susolusyonan kung puro kayo pick-offs? Walang pwedeng mag-soak up ng damage, walang pwedeng dumipensa, walang pwedeng humuli. Nang-force out lang si Kenji, lagi natin take down si Lai2-2. So, kung yun ang gusto nyong damage, hindi pa natin nakikita kung paano na pull off ng burst dito ng Magic Worship ng isang Fars at ng isang Mahongzi. So in a way, trouble sila ngayon na makakuha ng pick-offs at sinasagutan nila yung mga traps na ginagawa ng Z4 Pegaxy.
At alam mo yung ito naman sabi ko, napakalakas ng depensa ng side dito ng DDDK. Para sa Lilia, Melissa. Lahat sila sa may yung dulo.
May letter A.
Oo, napakalakas. I mean, parang ayun, tingnan mo, hindi nga sila makapush eh. Lamang sila dito na 6K pero hindi sila makapush. Ganun lang talaga. Kung hindi yung mga glooms yung mag-take down ng minions, yung pwede na airstrike. Pagka hindi, si Melissa na yung bahala.
6K gold lead, wala pang toring nababasag ang Demon Kings. Depensa pero may na-blood yan dito iso. Lai2-2 falls on the hand of Sindel pero ginamit na nga dito ang go away. May models pero ngayon si Aspect sinusubukan kunin itong isa pero nakuha nga din si Reggie.
Uy, napakagandang ikot nito ha. Nakuhuli nila dito si Kenji at si Sindel ay nabigyan din. Si Mahongzi dito ay tumatakbo pero masyadong mataas ang range ng mga members dito ng side ng Z4 Pegaxy. Hindi sila makalaban doon sa range ng Z4. Kaya naman yung DDDK, mawawalan sila ng dalawang member. Kumbaga, ito yung nangyayari. Kumbaga, kapag may pampuwersa sa'yo yung kalaban, katulad ng Z4 Pegaxy, yung mga Yuzong, yung si Palos, si Reggie, kapag si Kilowash, Reggie at si Palos, nakauna sila dito, yung keep away game na yun nawawala. Kasi nawawala isang kasangkapan mo, mas hindi na nakakatakot yung depensa nyo kapag ganyan eh.
Hindi na masarap yun kung mawala yung isang ingredient.
O, di ba?
O, yun, no? Genji, meron na rin additional Scorch Burst damage. Kaso kaya na bang mang-force out sa Z4 Pegaxy? With this lead, sinusubukan ng Manglo dito. Nilay Tutu, but Sindel tinunaw lang ng ilang segundo. Pero ngayon si Kilowash ang nahulog na rin. Aspect takes the kill. Trade of 1-1. Dumidepensa pa ni Percy. Nasa likod. Uy! Uy! Ooh.
Tingnan mo lang yung ginagawa. Sinishake and bake para kino-crossover. Binibreak yung mga tito. The ankle breaker.
Ibang klase. Ibang klase ang depensa ng Demon Kings. Pero wala pa rin sila nababasag na tore dito. The only way to do this is to buy time. 12-8 ang scoring ng ating game. And the lead is on Z4 Pegaxy. Paano nila magdedepensa to? 3 turns remaining. Lai Tutu. Napaka-crucial na pwede nang gawin yung mga setups. Jeet Kondo combo. Pero for this, kailangan maganda din ng defensive items. Kamusta naman ang items ngayon ng Demon Kings? To even sustain the damage of Z4 Pegaxy ngayon. Because to check, kailangan din nila ma-hold. And if ever hindi pa sapat ang damage item or defense items on screen, merong only brute force plate. Merong isang Choso now to even soak those damages na merong magic, na merong physical penetration. Dahil may Malefic Roar na nga dito side si Sindel, kailangan mo ng tikiras. So even Dominance Ice para maging frontline ng Demon Kings. Pero how would you do that now na medyo kulang pa sa oras ang Demon Kings?
Ngayon sila Reggie, hinahanap na lang yung hook na isang maganda eh. Yung isang pitik.
Oh.
Yung parang kailangan lang niya makakuha ng isang maungzi. Or isang aspect para matapos to. Kasi hindi pa namamatay si aspect dito. Siya talaga yung sumasalwi. Kumbaga, kung may punish na nangyari, makakuha ng kill yung Z4 Pegaxy, si DDDK, makakuha siya dahil kay aspect. Si Aspect yung talagang sumasalba sa kanila ngayon.
Okay. So kung si Aspect lang ang pwedeng gumawa ng ganung plate, makapagbigay ng ganung damage. Siya lang pwede lumalim. Ang dami, knowing Lancelot and being Lancelot, madulas kang pwede makaiwas sa lahat ng mga ganung mga patibong. So now, another free Lord mula sa Z4 Pegaxy at magpupush sila ngayon. Sinusubukang palabasin ang Triple DK sa kanilang base, pero may push ang Z4 Pegaxy na kailangan i-hold ng Demon Kings.
Do you think palakad-lakad dito yung mga members ng side ng Z4 Pegaxy kasama yung Lord? And definitely, DDDK has the firepower to defend this. Ang tanong is mababawasan ba yung firepower na yon? Yun yung pinapakita ngayon ng side ng DDDK. Hindi sila umaalis ng base. Pero unting-unting lumalapit si Kenji. Dito gumamit na ng ultimate and may flicker na magagaling doon kay Franco. Well, actually, it wasn't the flicker pero may bloody hand na naganap. Si Aspect dito, left, right, lahat na lang dash. Parang nagda-dash in, dash out na lang siya dito. Pero parang sa TikTok yung dash in, dash out.
Zoom in,
dash out. Yun ang ginagawa niya. Ayan o, yan sinasabi ko. Yan yung sinasabi ko, pre. Si Aspect yung mag-hold the line. Kaso kapag ka-4 o 5 miyembro, yung dinadash in, dash out mo, at pinilahan ka ng TP na ganyan, feeling ko, hawakan mo sa tenga eh.
Tama. Yun yung mga ganong moments na paano mo mapapalagan yung ganong klaseng snowball ng Z4 Pegaxy. On a dominating performance, 2-0 for this one.
Yeah.
Napakataas na ginagawa nilang lead.
I really feel that it was Reggie shining all out. Nung game number 1, nag-shine si Reggie ng todo. Yes, that's because of him, yung mga hooks na nagawa niya. This time around, nag-shine si Reggie just because yung kanyang mga core, yung kanyang mga kasama, yung mga gold lane, mid lane, yung mismong jungler niya, nakatutok sa kanya. Naka-rotate sa kanya. Nakita natin, meron silang Valentina na pwede umagaw ng Feathered Airstrike. Pwede niya gawin yun eh. Pero, ang ginawa nila dito is, kuha tayo ng Franco, tapos kuha tayo ng Beatrix. Kaya nga sinasabi ko kanina, the Claude is one of those heroes na pwede mong bitawan just because he does not have, sabihin na natin, any synergy at all with the Franco kasi pag na-hold niya, yes, may Blazing Duet mo, yan naman yung alam natin. Pero kasi ang Franco tsaka Beatrix kasi parang match made in heaven eh. Parang lahat ng skill shot na pwedeng gawin ng Beatrix, mababatama mo kung may Franco ka. So, yung Valentina din, kahit anong ultimate na kunin mo, doon sa may kabila, as long as nahawakan ni Franco, parang laging may -1 sa inyo. Exactly. And yun lang yung pinatakbo dito ng side ng Z4 Pegaxy. Hindi na nila kailangan pang pakomplikaduhin yung mga bagay-bagay dahil meron silang Franco. And I felt like yung Cho nung side ng DDDK, yes, sabi na Cho has been a really good hero for the past few metas, even this meta. Pero kasi dumarating na ako sa point na nakikita ko na yung Cho na parang may Franco. Tapos naiisip ko, parang komplikado na masyado ng Cho. Parang ang dami mong kailangan gawin pagpipwesto, kailangan mo mag-jit kundo, kailangan mo mag-flicker, kailangan mo sumipa, kailangan mo mag-flicker, kailangan mo hanapin yung angulo. And at that moment, sila itutu. Hinahanap niya yung mga pwestong yon, kaso all bases covered by the side of Z4 Pegaxy. Komplikado na nga yung gagawin mo. Komplikado pa yung ginagawa pang komplikado nung paggagawan mo mismo.
Yeah. So if complication or complicate nga naging approach nila dito, so you're saying a better way, pwede sila naglolita, pwede sila maybe grok maybe. So to break things down a bit, sa nangyaring laban na yon, ang team had a dominating run of a 2-0. Paano nga ba naging malakas ang run ngayon ng Z4 Pegaxy Battles?
Kailangan natin malaman yan sa pinakamalakas na heartthrob ng RMC. Carl Rockhart to. Pasa mo na sa kanya.
And thank you so much, casters. And I have to say na that was a very impressive performance from Z4. And dahil doon, sila pa rin ang magiging top seed sa ating ladder so far. If you look at the scoreboard, sila pa rin nasa taas. Still dominating almost every team dito sa RMC Season 7. Grabe. And then when I was watching that series, tas nakita ko nung bandang siguro mga 10-11 minutes, nako po, yung Valentina dumadash-dash, tapos nagtitipi, tapos boom. wala, babalik na lang. I knew that at that point it was gonna be an easy game. And of course, just like that, it was, right? It felt like it was just too much para dun sa Cho. And tama yung sinabi ni Butters, naging komplikado nga yata masyado yung game na yun para sa Cho ng Digital Devils Demon Kings. Just because ang dami din niyang kailangang intindihin in terms of taking the team fights, kung sino mga yung pipiliin nating targets. Kasi technically, si Sindel lang ang gusto mo talaga masipa dito. Pag nasipa mo si Vin, kinukuha din niya yung Black Shoes kasi nitong si Kenji. Kaya ang hirap din talagang magkaroon ng pick-off. And yun naman yung reason kung ba't ka mag-show, di ba? Para makapitas kayo. Yun ang problema dito is hindi nga nila nagawa yun. At dahil doon, talagang tuloy-tuloy din ang naging panalo dito ng Z4 Pegaxy. So, watching this, I think the Franco was not the main center this time around. Obviously, still very good performance. Ang ganda ng mga dalaw ni Vin here. I have to say na it was quite impressive. Hindi na si Reggie yung kailangan mong titigan, and even yung mga times na habulin nyo nga si Reggie, may mga ibang parte naman ng mapa na napupunta naman sa side pa rin ng Z4 Pegaxy. So, it was still a nice attempt from Demon Kings na makuha ng mga objectives tulad nito. And I could tell the effort of keeping the Melissa alive. Yung wag lang mamatay yung Melissa actually, yun lang sana yung importante. It was also very difficult para dito sa Digital Devils Demon Kings. Pero umabot tayo sa point na ganito na nga na pag nag-ube-ube na ang Z4 Pegaxy, wala na ding mapita sila itutu. Yung mahirap sa pick na to, maybe if it was a different pick, it might have been a different story. I don't know, baka yung Lolita para mapigilan sana si Sindel. Yung mga times na maiisip mo na lang, kasi syempre nasasagot lahat yan sa draft naman. So, I think yung mga points na to na nag-iintay na lang talaga sila ng isang way na para makapasok doon sa lineup sa loob ng base ng Demon Kings, and they were finding it. Nahanap nila yon time and time again dito sa ating mga team fights around the actually pa-late game na to, right? Medyo bandang pa-late game na to, mga moments na to. And yung frontline ng G4 Pegaxy, parang ang hirap para sa Demon Kings na tibagin ito. Even with the Lord though, they were able to clear these. Overall, the damage was too much from Vin. Ayan, nakita din natin, grabe na. Grabe na yung ginagawa ni Vin sa Valentina yun. Maybe, possibly an MVP performance. Pero, just to know for sure, it will be Sindel who will be your MVP. Just like game number 1, 2 consecutive MVP performances para dito sa marksman ng Z4 Pegaxy. So right now, Sindel definitely showed up and syempre mas naging notable din yung presence niya rather in the team fights compared to last game. I think last game definitely nag-shine din si Reggie doon, pero this time around there was just no way that you could reach the back line nitong Z4 Pegaxy, and that's why despite the best efforts of Demon Kings, hindi nila na-control ang early hanggang sa mid game. And that resulted in a very, very bad na late game din para sa overall, I think you have to think about how are we gonna come back here. May time pa naman, syempre, na makabawi dito. Pero for the meantime, that's gonna be it for match number 3 ng araw na ito. Ang was Rockhart, and we'll see you guys later dito lang sa RMC Season 7, We Make Legends.
Realme 10 Pro Series 5G. Display new vision.
On this morning's weather forecast, get ready for some wondrous sun showers. Have a magical day.
Realme 10 Pro 5G. Display new vision. Realme, dare to leap. Realme 10 Pro Series 5G. Display new vision.
On this morning's weather forecast, get ready for some wondrous sun showers. Have a magical day.
Realme 10 Pro 5G. Display new vision. Realme, dare to leap. Realme 10 Pro Series 5G. Display new vision.
On this morning's weather forecast, get ready for some wondrous sun showers. Have a magical day.
Realme 10 Pro 5G. Display new vision. Realme, dare to leap. Realme 10 Pro Series 5G. Display new vision.
On this morning's weather forecast, get ready for some wondrous sun showers. Have a magical day.
Realme 10 Pro 5G. Display.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Sitting solo. That threw me off too. Welcome back. I am Nice and I'm joined here with Butters for the first time ever, I think. Nandito tayo, casting together.
Alam mo, JC, alam mo, Naisu, dito talaga sa Realme, everything is possible. We make legends and we make legendary moments. For the first time ever, kasama ko si Naisu ngayon sa isang casting desk. Sa ibang mundo, sa ibang planeta, magaling ako mag-English at kaya ko din sabihin na galing-galing, man. Pero man. Hindi. Sa universe na to, hindi. Pero ngayon, RMC made it possible.
Well, sana.
Kaya mo yan.
Sana kaya ko. Pero, ano ba? English?
Kasi mag-English ka, tatagalogin ko. Mag-English ka, tatagalogin ko. Pero may babasahin pa ata tayo eh. May inaano si Floor Director eh.
Okay, well, of course, RMC Season 7 would like to thank our official sponsors because without them, this would not be possible. Logitech G, the global leader in providing high-quality gaming gears, gaming mouse, keyboard, and headsets. Check out their official stores in Lazada and Shopee. Get yours now, #KeepPlaying.
And are you looking for quality esports jerseys and apparels? Check out Hybrid Philippines. High-quality jerseys, on-time delivery with no minimum order. Siyempre, ano yan eh, part owner daw dyan si Francis Joseph.
Francis Joseph. Well, of course, we have also Panther Gaming your reliable gaming chair ally. You know, fun fact, by the way, this was the first chair I ever owned, like a gaming chair, was actually Panther.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wait,
Interesting, diba?
oh, actually, actually yung mga gaming chairs naman talaga kasi, parang, pag first time mo magkaroon ng gaming chair, parang sobrang excited mo pa eh.
Yeah.
Tapos talagang uupuan mo siya. Minahal-mahal mo din ba yung gaming chair mo yung pagka-upo mo, unang upo mo?
True.
Tapos anong ginawa mo? Kumbaga parang hinimas-himas mo ba siya? Ginawa mo? Hindi naman.
No, actually, you know what? Yung first, yung Panther ko, yung Black
Panther! At malakas yun! Wakanda forever! Malakas yun! Pero ano ginawa mo?
Wala. Comfy siya. Sobrang comfy siya.
Comfy nga siya. And actually, kaya natin mag-cast kahit 20 series per day. Basta naka-Panther gaming chair. Wag naman 20 series. Para medyo patagiwan na lang muna natin.
Panther.
So ngayon, Naisu, we're actually on our 4th series. And nakita naman natin kanina kung paano nag-dominate. How Z4 Pegaxy dominated DDDK. And I really think that's a testament on how strong Z4 Pegaxy is right now. Because remember, DDDK is actually a team that is composed of veterans from the pro scene and new talented players from the amateur scene.
Then that's the thing. You know, Z4 is top, diba?
Yeah.
They're the number 1 team. And if you just watch the series from the previous series, there's a reason why they're number 1. You know, they're at the top of they have all the points and everything because very dominating playstyle. Actually, as someone who, for the longest time, this is now week 6, I've been watching, right? I've been watching, just kind of getting a glimpse at the teams here competing. And honestly, for Z4 Pegaxy, like, if you're watching them, it reminds me of MPL almost, like a professional league, a professional team, so to speak, right? And
yeah, you know what? I get your point that when I casted here for week number 2, they had a meta of their own. Yeah. They weren't really following the meta of MPL or whatever pro tournament that there is. But now, looking at them, they're closely following the drafting patterns of those pro teams. So with the mechanics and the draft, I think they're pulling it off. It's just that it just so happened that there are times when a pick doesn't make sense. Yeah. But at the same time, they make it work. I think that's how mechanics really works wonders for a team on the amateur scene. Like, they're young, they're new, they're guided by old players, their coaches. Sometimes the pro players the former pro players become their coaches.
Yeah, it shows, diba? Like yung veterancy and experience, everything there. And actually, kanina, me and Rockhart were here, and we were saying that these teams in this scene, right, the amateur scene and everything, you can really see how strong they are. I mean, to the point where other regions are even looking at our amateur scene. And even in multiple tournaments like this, where there's these crazy picks, there's these interesting picks that are happening, but they're making it work. And that's what I love about especially RMC here. Ever since first time I watched last season, season 6 grand finals, and I saw some of those games, I saw some of those picks, sabi ko, wow. Like, this is really where one of the grounds for metas to evolve, and I always feel like, especially here in the Philippines, we're one of the trendsetters, obviously, or if not the transcender. See? Mahirap ako. Mahirap ako kasi when I sit next to you, parang Filipino ako.
Trendsetters.
Yes.
I feel like let's make a term for it.
Ano?
We are the meta makers.
Meta makers.
Then the other countries are just the meta minions. They're the minions of the meta we make.
Yeah.
They just follow. We are the trendsetters. We are the makers of this meta. And I feel like this is where I agree. This is the proving grounds for the pro scene and the next steps in your career. And right now, we actually are accredited by CBOL, and whoever wins this tournament will get chance to actually represent the Philippines in the upcoming as a national athlete in the upcoming Olympic Games. And not really the Olympics, pero it's more on yung mga next na times na representa ang bansang Pilipinas sa ibang mundo.
Yeah. They have an option.
They're going to become a representative of the Philippines. Although may combine pa yan, may kailangan pang mga bagay na pagdaanan. Pero, looking at it closely, it's still going to be a huge leap for you kasi yung mga nagbabantay doon, yung mga nakatingin na sa'yo, is yung mga malalaking names na rin sa industry natin ngayon in terms of being a pro player.
I mean, look where the previous RMC teams that have competed are now today, right?
Yeah, actually.
They that's why I'm saying like this is such a good platform. RMC is such an amazing platform for not only these teams, these players, to go to the next step because that's basically what it is, right? You are champions here. Eventually, for RMC, one of these teams will be another champion, and then you have a next step ahead of you.
Remember yung sa SMX na RMC Grand Finals, ang naglaban po doon ay Monster Anarchy, pati si Rebrum.
Yeah.
Yung dalawang team na yon, they're on the pro stage right now.
Yeah.
Nasa pro stage na sila, and sila pa yung nagkaroon ng rivalry sa isa't isa. Although one of them didn't make it to the playoffs, pero you can see that they are worthy of that pro status na pinapakita natin. And tama yung tagline ng RMC eh. We make legends. Kasi totoo naman eh.
Yeah. Because like imagine again, going at that point, we make legends. At some point, we know we have our Hall of Legends, right? Who's to say that one of these players one day are not into their own Hall of Legends, legend status, and it all starts, I feel like, here, especially in RMC. But now, jumping into the draft of this matchup, it's Esports and Elite.
Ngayon, ang tinitignan ko naman dito, Naisu, is kung pareho ba yung patterns ng banning na ginagawa natin. Of course, it's the same thing. First pick gets first dibs. Doon sa mga picks na pwedeng pakawalan, there's the Arlot, there's the Fredrin, yung mga madalas pinipili ngayon. And I feel that Kaja is still going to be one of those bans. For the longest time, sa totoo lang, Naisu, naaawa ako kay Kaja. Kasi ang tagal niyang makabalik sa meta. Nung nakabalik naman siya, lagi naman siyang ban.
Kaja, no? Yeah, I mean, I see why. Like, Kaja is just such a... Ewan ko. Basically, the power alone, yung ultimate niya, Divine Judgment, it's such a game changer. Kasi the ability to basically pick one target and just pull them to your team and automatic like boom, numbers advantage.
And
that's so valuable.
The thing about Divine Judgment is it is relevant the whole game.
Yeah. Even if you're 0-5, if you're 0-5, may value
just
in your ultimate.
Get that Divine Judgment, bring that person in front, he gets bursted, then you're actually disabling a lot of the team fight composition or the team fight that the other team has. So, that is why Kaja is one of those picks na parang, autoban, hindi natin ibibigay.
Your team is banning.
And so, as we get through the next phase here, this is another interesting thing kasi more and more na actually nakita ko even in other regions is yung marksman priority. Like yung marksman pick minsan is like a priority pick yung first pick minsan sa blue side. Yung first pick is marksman. Now I know you mentioned, you know, mga XP lanes like Arlot and whatnot are still possible. But we saw this trend where like Fredrin, for example, not first picked all the time anymore. There was one point where Fredrin was like what, 98% or something like that.
I would say it's because of the nerf. But then again, Fredrin is still a pretty strong hero if you would ask me. Kasi ang problema lang naman kasi kay Fredrin ngayon is nung unang labas niya, people didn't really know how to fight into a Fredrin.
Yeah.
Now, people are so familiar with the idea na parang second nature na siya. Pag may Fredrin, ganito yung gagawin natin. It's either mag-aakay tayo, sipain natin ng show, or burst down natin with a mage. Ngayon, Paramis yung first pick ng G Esports, which means this is going to be a possible sustained battle. It is still a possibility there could be a Diggy that comes out or probably an Estes kasi kapag tinatanggal yung Valentina, usually yun yung nagiging go-to nung other side na mag-Estes, mag-Diggy para kahit paano malabanan mo yung cult altar na meron dito, yung Faramis. Pero funny.
Okay.
Your team
actually,
is
I mean, surprising yung Fanny pick, but at the same time, open siya. So why not? And you know, you need something now, like you mentioned, Butters here. If Fermis is picked up, usually that's the case of Valentina being banned out, because hey, you don't want to give up the cult altar, right? So now, if you're Elite, dapat may answer sa cold order. Fanny is a great option. Yung isa would be like, for example, if there's a Claude pick later on, that's another usually option to deal with that. So right now, first pick. This is already
Your
a great
team is
first
picking.
phase though for GE Sports. They get the Martis plus the Lufra.
Actually, ang galing nga ng pagkaka-plot out nila netong draft na to eh. Kung papansinin
Your
mo
team
nag-ban
is
ka ng
banning.
Kaja, nag-ban ka ng Glue. Then after that, you banned out the Valentina. The other team is forced to ban out the Arlot kasi you don't want that hero going to the other side. That hindi mo din naman if first pick yung Faramis doon sa may kabila. So they get the Faramis, set it up properly. Ang problema lang nila dito is that merong Fanny yung
Your
side ng
team
Elite.
is banning.
And that Fanny could be problematic, pero dahil nga dun sa setup na ginawa nila, meron silang Martis, meron silang Kufra. So, accounted for na agad yung Fanny bigla dito.
Basically countered.
Oh,
Diba?
basically
for the most part.
countered
And yung trend kasi is like, for junglers, pag may countered sila, especially early game, especially someone, for example, yung Fanny.
Your
We saw this
team is
kanina
banning.
with Ling. Yung Ling pick, where Natalia on the other side, diba? And with the fact na that you stop the jungle from getting the purple buff, from getting the proper rotations, mahirap na for that team and for the jungler especially to even do anything. So that can be something that Elite here has to be worried about. Kasi you already have, as you mentioned, great counters for the Fanny. Yung biggest factor here for Elite with the Fanny pick is, can we protect the Fanny? Can we allow the Fanny to, first off, get the purple buffs that are needed, and then secondly, hopefully start that snowball.
I actually like your point na parang kailangan
Your
maging...
team is banning.
Right now kasi, you have an Eve doon sa side mo, and I don't think Eve gives a lot of protection to the early game, especially securing yung unang purple buff. Pero ang maganda naman sa kanila
Your
is they
team
do
is
have
picking.
that grok na pwede maging proactive into the early game at pwede yung alalayan bigla dito yung Fanny just to get that certain buff, diba? So, now, ano yung pang-ano? Ano yung possible na pang-equalize dito ng side ng Elite? Kasi sabihin na lang natin, they're at a disadvantage with that Eve. Alam naman natin na hindi siya ganun kalakas
Your
in the
team
early
is
game.
picking.
Pero they choose a Harith and this is going to be a gold lane Harith. Parang automatic na. And parang pakiramdam ko, nice. So ang gusto nilang gawin dito is bumuo ng defense items, magic defense items, yung side ng GE Sports, so that yung Fanny free to pick off whoever he wants.
Yeah. Free
She wants. Oh,
basically for Fanny wants.
Diba? For Fanny, diba?
Kasi, I mean, think about it. Basically, yung combination yan, yung between the Eve, the Harith. You set up what we like to call the death box, yung real world manipulation, diba? Tapos you have your Zaman Force inside of it. So that's already a lot of magic damage that GE Sports has to deal with. So if they're building towards magic resist, then that's where the Fanny gets to unleash yung physical damage, yung burst potential. Diba?
Now that you mentioned yung death box, Naiso, parang
Your team is
nagets
picking.
ko eh. If you have a resurrection circle, fight it with the death box.
Yeah.
Parang ganun yung idea eh, no?
Galing. Galing, no?
Pero alam mo, ito yung isa ng bagay na hindi ko masyado nakikita na ngayon.
Sino? Si Uranus.
Uranus, man, parang ano pa to eh? Season 9? Season 10?
Parang season 9. Oh, season 9.
Parang season 9 ko pala nakita to si Uranus eh.
Diba yung Eternal Battle? Tawag yun. Eternal Battle. Si
The Eternal
Uranus,
si Esmeralda,
tapos si
yung
Esmeralda,
ano, the best lab team. Yung the Eternal lab team.
Kanina may Esmeralda. So may Esmeralda kanina and I think series number 2.
Actually, dito nga yung ito yung thing about RMC. They're very flexible with their XP laners. Hindi sila nag-stick with Joy, hindi sila nag-stick with the Arlot. Usually, binaban out nila. And actually, mas nakatutok yung banning ngayon ng mga teams dito in terms of the XP lane rather than the jungler. Papansin naman natin, kung dati to or kung sa ibang liga to, parang Fanny yung mas mauunang mababan as compared doon sa Glue. Pero this time, parang Glue muna bago maban out yung Fanny. So, now, this is the question for the side of Elite Esports. How will they make this Fanny work? Because I feel that yung Brody is actually the possible nail in the coffin. Kasi siya na nga lang yung gusto mo ma-pick off dito. Siya pa yung naging tanky na marksman.
Oh, tanky as Mars.
Di ba?
Brute force, di ba?
Brute force. Pwede mag-antikiras.
Kahit rush, kahit rush, diba? Yung brute force. Pero that's the thing. Yung biggest factor anytime you pick an assassin jungle, such as Fanny, such as Ling, yung priority mo is early kills, obviously. That's why they have the Master Assassin emblem din, diba? As long as you can get those early kills, you start the snowball for your team. So yan yung biggest factor here for Elite Esports as they get through this game number 1. Kasi they have even good coverage objective fighting between the fact that you have a penalty zone from Terizla, you have the death box, the reward manipulation from having an Eve there, plus the Zaman Force. So yung forced objective fights actually goes in favor of Elite Esports if they can pull it off. Diba? If they can pull it off. Because if you look at G Esports, grabe yung tankiness nila. They're so tanky, and at the same time, they basically have extended potential with the Cold Altar.
But the thing with these kinds of lineups, Naisu, yes, tanky kayo, pero if you don't win the early game, ito yung mga lineup na nagkukulang sa damage bigla eh.
Oh, true.
Yung Faramis kasi, yes, sabihin natin, maganda yung Faramis, maganda yung utility na ginagawa niya. But the question is, does he do enough damage? At sila Andoryu dito, gusto nilang kunin his Oren 2-pack and coming in, Andoryu, he will die. Oh my goodness. Tumba bigla dito yung Fanny just because of that stun. Ito na nga yung sinasabi natin, yung dapat easy pickings para sa isang Fanny, biglang humirap dahil tama yung pinili ng GE Sports Pro.
Yan yung situation you don't want to happen, basically, diba? Like, the whole time, for the past a minute, or even since the draft, the build-up namin yung situation ni Fanny, diba? You want to get that first blood, the early kill. Unfortunately, you are the first blood. Diba? So now you're at this kind of disadvantage. Right now you don't have the purple buff, but it looks like they are going for the steal and the purple buff, or are going to be working for that. But they could just be trading this objective, because that's the priority right now. So Turtle's going to be secured here for a G2, as True Ball is able to get that, and then they can work around. They might look for another kill top side.
At inaantay lang niya gamitin yung second skill dito ni Bon's Cutie, pero nga, at least they're back on track. Hindi nila nakuha yung first turtle na yon. And I would say na that's actually the right decision. Worth it yon na agawin mo na lang yung purple buff then get a kill. Because at the same time, kung lalabanan mo pa sila Martis doon, paramdam ko, expected na nila kung ano yung kailangan nilang gawin sa mga panahon na yun eh. And eto lang yung naging deal breaker para sa kanila. Ang ganda na ng ang ganda na ng sequence eh. Kaso si Seiji Amasawa nag-overstay. Nahuli siya ni Soren 2-pack. Tatandaan mo si 2-pack, Gina Gian eh.
That's so again, that's something they have to watch out for. Because they made a great play trading the objective for that kill to go ahead and give over to Elite Esports. But a trade is a trade at this point, so we'll have to see. We'll have to see if Andrew can actually continue to spike up here. But top lane though.
And nagamit nila yung real world manipulation, yung RWM, and Mig siya na pagbigyan at nauntog yung kanyang flicker na so hindi siya lumagpas doon sa kabila kasi masyadong makapal yung pader.
Yeah. I mean, mahirap yan, diba? Like, especially as a Grok, sometimes you have to watch out for your placement. And as a roam Grok especially, quite your own walls mo, you have to be careful of, right? So at this point, we see Elite Esports just trying to basically have a good start to this game. It's still early game. I have a feeling though too, Butters, yung next turtle, they'll contest it, right? They won't look to trade as long as, we have 12 seconds for the purple buff to be secured here. There's a Zaman Force committed though.
Yeah, and tama yung ginagawa dito ng mga members ng side ng Elite kung papansinin natin, Naiso, dahil sinabi mo nga, yung fact na gusto nila lumaban, at ang testament doon is nag-swap sila ng lane. And the reason why they swap lanes is wala nang shield doon for the Harith to get. So ibig sabihin, they're adding more gold doon sa Harith, pero si Bon's Cutie, masyado naman siya nag-overextend. Yes, nakuha na naman nila True Ball dito, pati ng GE Sports Pro yung turtle, but the problem is, ang napapunish si Bon's Cutie, and si Bon's Cutie dapat dito yung nagdi-deal ng damage para sa kanila.
Tama. I mean, at this point, diba, Bon's Cutie was the one that got first blood. So the first blood shot, he had that lead, but at this point, may 2 deaths na. So that lead that he had early game is kind of slipping away, basically. It's slipping away at that point. And he is, like we said, a big damage component for this lineup that's very tanky. So at this point, Bondscutie wants to be very careful on how he approaches his fights.
Pero si Mix na naman, nabigyan na naman siya dito. Nice. So, pero doon sa taas,
trade again.
Bondscutie, once again, nung nakikita, tingin ko ganito yung playstyle ng, ng Elite Esports. Kapag nakita mo yung Kufra na nasa ibang lane at wala siya doon kay Bondscutie, go na natin agad. Kasi wala na siyang panlaban. Ayan o, yung mga ganitong setup, dito nagkakaroon ng problema si Andoryu, pero hindi pala dahil tutumba pa rin doon si Pit. At si Bonzoy! Turn apart, kung nahabol ng turn apart memory, nice. So parang ramdam ko, check yun eh. Pero hindi, dahil nga naman na napatay niya si Pit doon, pero dahil nga mataas yung passive counter ni Pit, nabuhay lang siya bigla.
Yeah. I mean, that's the way that it works. That's the great thing about Fairmist, about not only the Cold Filter, but the way that his passive works as well. Because really, at this point, numbers game siya, depending on the lanes, depending on the objectives, and you want to see either Elite Esports continue to focus on those kills in different lanes. Siguro, they're going to go ahead and continue to give up these objectives unless they want to fight. Medyo surprising though, because when you have an Eve, diba, and you have the real world manipulation tapos paired with his Amen Force, you actually do really well with it. Right now though, it just looks like the focus is getting these kills, trading these turtles if they can. Kasi every time, every turtle up to this point, andyan si Trueball and the rest of G2. So we'll see. Actually, it looks like Elite Esports wants to possibly contest this next turtle, this last turtle of the game.
Ngayon, nice swap. Tama nga yung hula mo dito, tama yung prediction mo dito, that it will be a contested turtle para sa side ng Elite Esports. Bakit sila yung nagko-contest? Sila yung mas magandang pwesto. Basically, hindi nila hinawakan yung turtle nung unang 2 beses na kinuha ito ng G Esports Pro. Pero si Chubol, nandito siya at siya pa rin makakuha. Pero with that in mind, ay mahuhuli siya sa may gitna. Meron ng Cult Altar na ginamit at hinahabol ni Vin yung mga backliner, but hindi enough yun para isalba si Chubol dahil masyadong malalim yung pagkakapwesto niya at sila Insanity gustong lumaban, but then again, they have to be disciplined. Ayaw na nila dito masyado mabigay din ng pambawi pa para sa side ng Elite ng G Esports Pro, pero doon sa may baba, meron pang attempt dito kay Bondscutie.
Oh, wow. Surprisingly, Bondscutie able to get the kill. Gamit niya yung torn apart memory there. So unfortunately, that was a misplay for Andoryu.
Nag-stay siya dun
Nag-stay siya. And at the same time, diba, he didn't have the buff. Pero he did burn the flicker. But at the end of the day, Bondscutie able to get a kill and find a punishment there where really that shouldn't have happened.
Yun na nga yung sinasabi natin eh. Gusto ko yung point mo doon na it shouldn't have happened. Kasi sa mga ganitong klaseng lamang, parang hindi ka na dapat, ito yung panahon na nag-ground and pound ka na parang dapat hindi ka na nababawian ng suntok eh. Parang dapat sinusuntok mo na lang, beat down mo na lang yung kalaban. Kasi yung mga maliliit na mga kills na yung mga pick-offs na yun, it actually builds up para makabawi dito yung side ng G Esports Pro. And they're on the right track to do that right now. Pero kung papansinin natin si Migs dito at si Insanity, pinagbabalakan nila si Bondscutie, pero it was a bit sketchy for Bondscutie, kaya naman napatakbo na siya. At ito na naman ata yung problem. Si Migs mabibigyan, torn apart memory, hindi ganun kalakas. Then again, walang buhay yung Grok, kailangan niya umuwi. So ibig sabihin, mas makakapwesto na ngayon yung G Esports Pro dito sa next objective sa may gitna.
And at this point, what it looks like is parang stalemate siya. Diba?
Yeah.
Like, you see this back and forth between both these teams. Pero at the same time, what kahit Elite Esports and G Esports, they're trying to find a numbers advantage like here.
And Insanity getting popped with that ultimate na nagaling kay Kufra. Si Chubol, masyado siyang malapit kay Seiji Amasawa. Gumamit ng Cult Altar para masalba yung kanyang mga miyembro. Zoran Tupac, talagang hinold down in place. Doon yung Harris, pero Andoryu with the cables coming in. At napakagandang pwesto nito para sa side ng G Esports Pro. Wala si Chubol, walang retry, pero hindi nila i-go. Etong Lord.
Ayaw nila. They don't want to basically risk it. Kahit, walang si Chubol. the best thing is to get these objectives, get the space. Look at this. Oh, Andoryu getting quite low with the turret hits there. He's going to have to go back. Purple buff is up as well. So he's got to go heal up, get the purple buff, and then possibly contest this Lord here because G Esports, they're getting in position to possibly contest it. But, Edo, Butters, the best thing about this is both teams are holding on to their tier 1 turrets. So they're able to work around this space, but it looks like Elite is pushing for this turret to get that advantage here.
Actually, yung nakakatakot dito para sa side ng Elite Esports eh. If you think about it, kapag ka nalatagan yan ng Zaman Force, automatic out yung turret na yan. Ngayon, for Andoryu, mapapansin natin na nakuha niya na naman yung buff niya and walang advances na ginawa dito yung G Esports Pro to actually deny that. Si Seiji Amasawa nagamit niya yung Zaman Force, good stuff para sa side ng G Esports Pro. Ibig sabihin, hindi na 100% yung fighting capability na meron dito yung side ng Elite Esports. Nahuli pa nila si Insanity at mababa na yung buhay ng XP laner. Decimate will be used. Tumba din si Vin. XP lane for an XP lane. 1/4 na lang ang buhay dito ng Lord. Kanino nga ba mapupunta ito? Another Zaman Force. Si Chubol, yung target dito ni Seiji Amazawa. Pero that's still going to be a retribution para dito kay Chubol. At then again, Seiji Amazawa making it equal. Natanggal niya yung 3 member pero hindi magagamit ng Elite Esports yung advantage na to dahil kailangan nilang i-take down yung Lord para makapag-push.
As we take a look at the replay here, you're gonna see it. Like Andoryu did a good job at focusing on Vin, gets Vin down. Pero Chubal here on point shot with his retribution, with his objective gameplay, able to secure objectives for G2 and keep them, here in the game especially. Now G Esports Pro, the decisions that they're making around these objectives are what is giving them the advantage. Right here, the kills are going in favor here, especially for Andoryu on this fanny pick. They're still having a hard time fighting here.
Actually, gusto ko yung sinabi mo doon, Naiso, na parang ito yung kasabihan eh. You win the war. You win the war, but hindi yung totality nung laban, yung battle.
Yes.
Diba? Parang yes, you're winning the skirmishes, you're winning the small team fights, pero doon sa grander scheme of things, actually, yung G Esports Pro, yung nagkakaroon ng kalamangan dito just because you can't really contest in terms of the objective. Si Mix ay nabigyan at si Mix ay gagamit na ng Power of Nature para makaalis. Sila Sage, actually, sobrang tapang na ni Sage dito. Yung mga panahon na yon, kung natalunan siya doon tapos na bouncing ball, pakaramdam ko, that could have been big for the side of G Esports Pro.
G Esports Pro, I still looking for these victories. Like you were saying, the saying in English is you basically either win the battles but you lose the war, or you lose the battles but you win the war.
Tama.
Right? It's either or here. But right now for Elite Esports, they are winning those battles. But the grand scheme of things, they might have that tier 1 turret down to mid lane. But when it comes to those team fights, they're having a hard time. Wow. Pit though.
Parang dalawang cable isang cutthroat.
Dalawang cable.
Oh my god.
Grabe yun.
Grabe yung damage output niya. And those are the times na kung ikaw yung Faramis at hindi ka ikaw ay nervyoso o nagkape, paramdam ko na napindot ko na yung altar na.
That's actually,
and I think yun yung point ni Andoryu kung ba't niya ginawa yun. Pinutin mo yung cult altar mo. Kailangan ko pinutin mo yung cult altar mo kasi ayaw namin yung next team fight may ganyan.
Yeah. Because if you get rid of the cult altar, wala na. Like, that's such a big, valuable ultimate for the team here for G Esports Pro to work around. So, if Andoryu gets that out with, what, 1 or 2 cables, maganda yun for the overall team fight. That's how they start winning those battles and the war. We're talking about it. So, all this, at this point, Butters leads up to this next Lord. And this is where we see both of these teams most likely fully clash into this. Even G Esports Pro is going to need Vin here as well to help with some of that zoning potential. Because, hey, look right now, Elite Esports setting up new positioning. Vin. As I was saying, Vin, dapat andyan siya. He gets taken out. So now numbers advantage here for Elite Esports.
It's one of those heroes na Uranus against Safani. Yes, kapag makunad ka and hindi ganun kainit yung start ng isang Fanny, yes, you have a lot of survivability against that hero. Pero kapag kalamang na lamang yung Fanny at maganda yung naging start ni Fanny, that's when it becomes worse for you at kaya kanyang i-take down kasi wala ka masyadong dash. Doon sa baba, doon sa may gitna ng gubat, may nangyayaring laban. Si Andoryu hinahabol ni Pit dito. And yung Hunter, siya yung na-hunt dito, and Andoryu and the others will secure their first river objective for this game. And sa totoo lang, that could have been the best secure para sa kanila because that is a 12-minute Lord.
12-minute lore that past that point, right? So at this now, Elite Esports, good positioning to go ahead and march down into most likely the base. With this, they're gonna grab these tier 2 turrets down and press in.
Ang naging problema lang, Naiso,
ano yan?
Yung Lord lumabas sa taas.
Yeah.
If it was mid lane, different story to.
Different story.
Meron ng mga taong nasa gitna at kumakatok na doon sa may base. Pero kasi nandun sa taas, which means it takes a lot more time to actually get into place. And may chance pa dito mag-defend ang GE Sports Pro dahil hindi naman nagmamadali yung Lord eh.
May chance nila. And you can even see the setup potential that they're going for. There's the charge. They're gonna press in now.
And Bonds Cutie. Tumumba, Soren Tupac, sinusubukan pigilan si Migs, napabalik siya. At andito si Andoryu, sinusubukan niyang mag-cable in, cable out para ma-take out dito sila Pit. Pero it seems to me that gusto talaga nilang bigyan dito si Andoryu. Sumakto yung talon ni Soren Tupac. Pero habang nangyayari yung lahat, libreng-libre yung Harith. And I feel Naisu, the right term for this match para dun sa nangyari kay Kufra, it was a dash overload. Kailangan mo pigilan si Fanny, but kapag lumabas na yung Zaman Force, kailangan mo pigilan yung Harith din. So, nandun ka sa gitna, may dalawang choice, who do you choose?
Who do you choose? Grabe, ubos yung Tagalog ko, by the way. Ubos.
Ubos. Ako, ubos English ko eh.
Jokes aside, maganda yung laban. Kasi technically, for the most part of that game, medyo even siya.
Yeah.
Like, objective-wise, G2 was grabbing those. Tapos, kill-wise, battle-wise, diba? It was falling into place there, especially at the end, when things started to go, when Andoru was everywhere, and grabbing those kills, yung basically tawag doon is the snowball.
Yeah.
The snowball effect really helped them secure things. And like you said, the Death Box, the Zaman Force, you have so many options, basically. Ang daming options to work around, to counter that tankiness, to counter that, even the Kufra. The Kufra wasn't enough to handle all those options.
And actually, I would say that in terms of the Fanny being picked, parang you don't really see yung Fanny talaga na nabibitawan pa ng second, alam mo yun, dun sa red team, sa red side, parang hindi mo na usually nakikita yun. But then again, looking at it, parang habang ginagawa ni Bonds Cutie lahat para mag-survive, ginagawa din ng ibang members niya malayo sa kanya yung things na kailangan nila gawin just to make sure na hindi na mako-contest dito si Bonds Cutie sa kanyang pag-farm. Kaso ang problema kasi, yung mobility talaga mismo ng hero.
Yeah.
Yung mobility ng hero nung kabilang side ng red team. Kaya naman, pakiramdam ko, they really just have to go to the drawing board, lalong-lalo na dun sa Fanny pick na yun. I think it's just a matter of draft. Nakita na natin kung paano sila lumaban. But now, balik natin kay ito yung pinakamayamang tao sa buong esports.
Sino yan?
Madaming negosyo to. Madaming tumatakbo na pera. At napakadaming racket. So guys, ang Travis Scott ng RMC, Francis OSX, Travis Scott Cantero.
$20K per hour, Mark Adrian Gison, and 30K per hour, JC Resabek, ang ating malulupitang nagpopugi ang casters sa unang laban na nakita natin. The word of the game is dash overload. Paano mo nga ba mahuhuli ang isang Fanny na prinayo pick ng team na puro kayo dash? One way to consider that is you need to have a pull, a good stun, and a good control. Kung paano mo nga ba mahuhuli ang isang malikot na lamok once nandun na sa mismong daliri mo or mismong balat mo. On to the draft face-off, the prio pick of the Fanny ay minsan lang natin nakikita sa RMC. But in this match, it existed na parang hindi in-expect ng GE Sports na mapunta sa kamay ng Elite Esports. Going to the details of this game, it was an 18-9, almost half points, half kills ang nakuha nila sa side ng Elite Esports. And as we can see, Mingwin, as we saw his performances back in weeks in RMC, he maintained this consistency na nakapagbigay ng AoE slow versus sa kanyang team. One thing to consider in picking up the Enchanted Talisman first, he wanted to have the priority on to aid his teammates on to poke and would have complete mana regen. With the Ice Queen Wand, katulad na ginawa nito sa mga highlights, it's all about the slows of catching. Pero paano mo nga ba mapapaslow isang Fanny na merong steel cables? So, on this point, kailangan nila mag-isip na paano natin mahuhuli to. You may wonder, may Kufra naman eh. Meron namang Martis. There were 2 people here na pwedeng makakuha or makahuli sa mismong Fanny engagement. At some points during this replay, on 7 minutes, it was a back and forth game na kung paano sila makakuha na wait. Ang daming madudulas na damage output sa side ng Elite Esports. And the only thing to deal with that damage is to capture one. And on these fights, ang daming naiwasan mismo ni Harith sa side ng Elite Esports na hindi siya mahuli, na hindi siya pwede makapag-synchro fission or even the ultimate na ilapag sa side ng GE Sports Pro. At some points in the game, medyo nagkulang din ang Elite Esports for a minimum small window na pwede nilang ipakita na kaya nilang labanan ang Fanny na to. At most cases, the backline defense of GE Sports Pro ay lagi na penetrate, lagi na infiltrate. Mainly, again, the Fanny is a problem. Terizla, the presence of the Terizla and also the Grok is a triple headache problem for GE Sports Pro na kailangan sagutin. On to 17 minutes, this was the last defense na ginagawa ng GE Sports Pro para makaganti sana sa Elite Esports. But the problem is, paano nga ba yung huli? Paano nga ba yung stand? Paano nga ba yung kagat? If we're thinking na, ay, Franco sana ang pwede maging sagot. But for this, our MVP is none other than Mingwin, the Mr. Consistent. Sa match na nakita natin sa Elite Esports, ay talaga pinapakita na sa teammates na, hey, I got your back, I know where to go, I know where to place. The angles and the positioning of Mingwin was so important na kailangan din niyang gawin na kailangan kumakuha ng magandang set para sa team. Ang lamang lang nila dito, hindi man Franco yung kalaban nila, they also need to check on the threat na, hey, kailangan natin tingnan na may Kufra. Pero ang Kufra dito will just rely on the knockup and paano kung ma-miss ang Tyrant's Rage or ang yakap na lagi na tinatawag sa isang Kufra. As our casters say, may problema nga sa draft na kailangan ayusin ngayon ng side ng GE Sports Pro in order to push this into game number 3. Back to the drawing board ang pwedeng gawin nila. And also, to regain again their confidence para makapunta sa game number 3. Ngayon, ibalik na natin sa ating mga casters na tumataas ang hinga per hour. Butters and Naisu, take it away.
Maraming salamat sa iyo, Travis Scott.
Ganda ng shoes.
Oh, Travis yan eh.
What a breakdown, by the way. You know, actually, you know what I love about RMC? Not only, you know, do I get to do new things like this, cast with you, I get to see new things like that, see OSX, sa analyst.
And actually, etong mga bagay na pinapagawa sa atin, it's because pakaramdam ko talaga si Realme, anything is possible eh. Kumbaga parang hinahanap nila yung mali sa atin, tapos ginagawa nilang tama. Kasi yun nga yung Realme. The real me.
The real me.
Kumbaga, kailangan mo ipakita yung totoong ikaw para maayos mo yung totoong ikaw. Shoutout nga pala sa real me kasi napakagandang advokasya ng ginagawa nyo na tinutulungan nyo yung mga caster na maging caster. Tapos tinutulungan nyo maging analyst na maging analyst.
Oh, true.
Di ko alam kung ano sinabi ko doon.
Feeling ko at some point, andyan ako sa analyst yan.
Oh.
So analyst.
Paramdam ko kailangan na matakot ng lahat ng tao kapag ikaw yung nag-analysta. Di ko
kasya sa...
Kung hindi niyo pa po nakikita si Naisu, napakalaking tao po. As in talagang macho papa. Kaya po nabuo yung Maskulados dahil kay Naisu. Kasi hindi na siya naging member noon kasi alam ko nung panahon na yun, hindi ka pa maskulado na maskulado eh. Parang ano pa lang eh, lean. Lean. Pero ngayon, ikaw na sa
Ano na?
lean.
Ano na yun?
Ano ka na? Papa. Daddy.
Daddy.
Daddy Naisu. Yan. Pero, alam mo Naisu, itong laban na to, pakiramdam ko, kailangan kasi, ewan ko lang pero pakiramdam ko kailangan magkaroon ng daddy yung side ng G Esports.
Your team
Kailangan
is banning.
kailangan may mag-lead sa kanila. Pakiramdam ko yes, it was a drafting thing na nagganap for them. But
Your
then
team
again,
is
looking at
banning.
when I was looking back at the clips kanina, parang there was this apparent miscommunication. Parang may missing piece sa communication nila. So that's why what happened was parang kalat-kalat yung mga naging laban nila. Pero this time around, they have a retake, a do-over of whatever it is that they did wrong nung game number 1, and they can do it all over again. And ito na may maganda sa BO3 na setup na kaya mo pang bawiin yon. And now for Elite, ang ginawa naman nila, they took out the Faramis. And they respected the Faramis kasi ang sakit nga naman talaga sa ulo.
Yeah, the Faramis was hard to deal with. I like that you mentioned that too, yung kalat, yung word na kalat. Kasi watching game 1, especially later on as the game unfolded, that's how I felt. And then, you know, like in the English cast, we say it's a little messy, basically, yung execution nila.
And it wasn't even because makalat yung nangyari dun sa G Esports Pro, and hindi ko sinasabi na sobrang linis yung nangyari sa Elite, pero kasi once you have those assassins, yung mga kalat moments na yon, yung mga talagang hindi nagkakasundo yung comms nyo, pwede kasi gamitin ng assassin yon na para mag-take advantage, mag-take down ng isa, tapos umalis bigla.
Yeah.
And that's the advantage na meron kanina yung Elite. They had that assassin factor na kapag na may nag-mess up sa inyo na isang tao, I will punish, then I'll just go back.
Then I'll go back. Yeah. Basically, it's almost like we would typically say like a run and gun strategy where they're able to get a member down, then back off, and then, you know, kind of readjust from there. I like this though. Gusto ko to. Yung from G Esports, yung first 2 picks nila. The tanks a lot plus the Valentina. You already have great options with that because this time they get the Valentina.
Your team
but
is
across from them, it's going to be the Franco and Beatrix here. Now, biggest thing is, honestly, for Elite, they're going to be waiting for those hooks. Every time may Franco. Yan yung plan, di ba? Land the hooks. Pag walang hook, walang iron hook, at least may flicker plus bloody hunt combination to start a fight. Tapos, to basically complement that, you have the glue. Yung glue, actually, we've seen banned a lot kasi yung glue is a hassle to deal with, to be honest.
And sa totoo lang itong Franco Beatrix na to, para sa akin ito yung Rome tsaka Gold Lane na match made in heaven eh.
Not only that. Glue and Beatrix din.
Diba? So
kasi
parang
yung interaction na glue to bring them back into the Renner shot. That happens a lot of times when glue will stick to someone with a split and then bring them back to Beatrix for the shot.
And basically, what's happening right now is Elite is rotating their draft around this Beatrix. And if malaman to ng G Esports, there could be a chance that they can really shut down etong Beatrix, which
Your
means
team is banning.
may chance ang ma-disable yung damage capability ng Elite ng buong buo. Pero at this point, I feel Naisu na we're going to see an assassin jungle come out for the side of Elite. Kaya tinanggal na din dito ng side ng G Esports yung Fanny kasi parang at this point, kung kumuha ka pa ng tank jungle, wala na kayong damage output kapag na-take down si Beatrix.
Yeah. Pag wala si Beatrix, lacking damage basically dito. So, not only that, yung mid lane did, depending sa mid lane pick nila. Kasi you're going against Valentina, right? So, you also need a good option there. Off the top of my head, possibilities would be there. Okay, Farsa's going to be taken out. Yan yung first thought ko. Diba? Farsa, Eve, Kogura. We've seen actually Kogura pop up quite a bit with the possible burst potential. Pero medyo mahirap yung Kogura in today's meta kasi you really have to find the combinations with the Yin Yang overturn, yung placement and everything.
You know what? Na-bring up mo. At this point, kahit mahirap yung Kagura, I would go for the Kagura.
Kasi may Melissa.
One. Number 2, if Valentina gets the yin-yang overturn, wala ka naman pakialam eh. Diba? Parang you don't really care. It's one of those ultimates sa parang, yes, in theory, ang sarap niyang kunin, pero if you don't have the payong, yung umbrella, it's not really going to work.
It's not, yeah. It doesn't, basically, hindi siya worth it to take the copy of the ultimate.
I mean, ano kukunin mo? Split? Yes, possibly. Pero the thing is, if you go for a split and a bloody hunt, ang problema naman doon, Naisu, is
Your team is picking.
haharap ka kasi sa madaming tao. And Valentina isn't innately as tanky as a Glue and a Franco. So parang, Lolita is nice, pero kailangan pa makita talaga ni Valentina kung ano yung ultimate na agawin niya. Because a bloody hunt is good, but it's a 50-50. Kasi nga, you're bound to die more.
Yeah, kasi you're squishy.
You're squishy, di ba? Hindi mo naman kaya i-weather kapag gumaganong-ganon na yung Franco mo eh. Lambot, di ba?
Yeah, basically. So, that's why I think the Lolita pick was actually very good. Maganda yung pick niya. Analyst na ako.
Analyst ka na.
Thank you sa mentors ko.
Your team is picking.
Salamat.
Pero totoo naman kasi, you're taking out a lot from the Valentina if you go for that Kagura. A Pricer's Wrath on Valentina, okay.
Actually, more like 2080.
2080 for an HP-based ultimate, you don't really have that. Unless you make it a tank Valentina, but
yung best
I
there
doubt.
is Bloody Hunt.
Yeah.
Or Split. But it didn't Split. That's it. Yun yung best options mo.
Pero, kailangan, lamang na lamang ka. Kasi kapag kapantay lang, automatic yung, yung split mo, ikaw yung split. Bene.
Okay.
Bene. It's a solid matchup against the XP laner. Kaya niya mag-clear ng waves agad-agad. Although I'm actually a bit worried para doon sa Melissa and doon sa may Valentina. Kasi yung XP laner mo makulit, yung Lolita mo kailangan niyang bantayan, mag-isa yung dalawa. May Fred rin doon sa kabila na kaya kayong energy eruption kapag ka nagdunumin ng blast ka na, kaya ka din i-knock up.
Yeah, well that's not Edith by the way. It is Lolita.
It is.
I'm assuming from the draft.
Si
that is
Lolita.
Lolita, yeah.
Tapos,
Lolita, yeah.
actually, kahit yung Kagura nga lang batuan ka na yun yung overturn, tapos biglang stick siya dun sa may, sa may umbrella, gamitin yung second skill niya to stick to the umbrella. Masastun na agad yung, masastun na agad si Lolita Hindi na magagamit yun ng main blast. I feel that this is not going to be a great game for Lolita, but Soren 2-pack can prove me wrong.
Yeah. I think yung biggest factor here for Soren 2-pack is yung setup potential with the Numenor Blast, the Flicker. That's going to be the biggest thing. Pero to complement that for G Esports Pro here, you have Vin, diba, with the Petrify, this Benedetta. We've seen that a lot of times. Because at the end of the day, Bond's Cutie, all he has to do, get the items he needs. Melissa, suck at Melissa, especially when she has 2-3 items, right? And then you have the Inspire. All you have to do is auto-attack, right? All you have to do is literally auto-attack. So G Esports Pro, maganda din yung lineup nila. Pero, yung execution factor nila is a little bit harder here. Kasi Elite Esports, all they have to do is rely on hooks. If they land hooks, they have the Bloody Hunt. We know we were actually just talking about usap tayo kanina about Fredrin, how Fredrin is such a, basically at this point, a basic jungle, but he provides a lot of crowd control, CC, potential to even burst with the Fraser's Wrath. So, yan yung basically what I see with Elite Esports is yung lineup nila, it's much easier to execute because you have sure things, either the hooks or even just burst potential. So G Esports Pro, you can see them putting focus here top side, but look who's rotating up here. This is what we were talking about with the Kogura.
And ayun na nga. Meron tayo po sa magaganap, pero we'll actually fix this agad-agad kasi nga gusto natin naglalaro ang mga players natin at their full potential kasi nga ayaw naman natin na hindi sila nakapaglaro sa full potential nila because that will really take out the fun dito sa ating tournament. So now, yung I would like to talk about the Benedetta more. Taka, jump in tayo dito sa may Benedetta. Kasi, para sa akin, yung Benedetta dito, it's more of a... I like your point na siya yung pang setup talaga dito. I mean, Lolita is more on the emergency button if ever kakailanganin. At kailangan makuha ng Benedetta yung atensyon ng ibang mga members bago makapag-setup ng isang magandang nominal blast. Ngayon, we don't really see Lolitas going for a pull yourself together. Ang mga Lolita kasi ngayon is ang mga Lolita ngayon, ang gamit yung concussive blast. They need that extra damage. And I've been using Lolita ever since, sabihin natin, MPL Season 2. Parang, ang nakikita ko sa kay Lolita lagi, para siyang, isa siya dun sa mga tanks na kaya mag-deal ng sufficient amount of damage, especially yung kanyang stun. Pati yung second skill kapag nakapag-block ka, napunta sa red zone, pwede mo iba sa kalaban yun. And usually, yun pa yung mga nakakakuha ng kill as compared doon sa mga kakampi mo na nagbe-burst down. So, now, this Benedetta has a lot of things to do. Pakiramdam ko yung pressure nasa kanya na ng todo eh. Kailangan talaga niya makagawa ng isang magandang play dito and kailangan din niya makontrol yung lane against dito kay Glue. Which nakikita naman natin na inaalalayan siya ni Kimi at least para kahit papano ay ma-ensure na panalo yung Benedetta sa lane at kaya niya mas mabilis mag-rotate kesa dito sa Glue.
And not only that, pero yung pressure na that can be applied by a Benedetta pick, especially sa late game, yung pressure to split push lane, pressure to go straight to the back line, yung pressure ng Petrify combination.
Pero merong kagat na magaganap dito. And this is one thing that we did not expect sobrang early nang pinapakita. Well, that's the passive of a Valentina. At sila Pit dito, talagang pinupush back lang sila Drin Sanity. Andito na si Andoryu, si Kimi, nandito sa may area na rin. And this is a 4v3. Si Andoryu pa rin na makakuha. Andito na si Migs. And Migs, with the hook, nahuli si Ben! And yung Benedetta, yung napagtripan. Soren 2-pack. Na energy eruption pa sila. And Kimi goes down as well. Andoryu, turning the tides, getting the turtle, getting 3 kills for the team. Elite Esports, sila na ang may upper hand ngayon. No doubt. Meron pa atang isa. Meron pa atang isa. Sumama ka na, Pit. Andoryu pulling out all the stops, making all the plays for his team.
See, this is what you were talking about. As we take a look at the instant replay dito for this fight, diba kanina we said, even for G Esports, parang they need that caller, that leader. Yung word mo was the daddy of the team, basically. This is what I'm seeing here, specifically with this lineup of, especially whether that's on Andoryu or even Migs. For Elite Esports, they clearly have yung shot caller.
Yeah.
Right? Yung synergy nila, it's apparent when you just watch them. Even for that call for Andoryu to be like, okay guys, let's get one more kill dito sa tier 1 turret kanina. That already gives them that lead, right? And Migs, again, all Migs has to do, land the hook, yung iron hook, just like we saw sa first turtle take. So that is something that is different here between Elite Esports and G Esports Pro. And again, the question is, sino nag-step up for G Esports Pro? That is what we have to see.
And Migs, ginamitan nila dito ng Bloody Hunt agad-agad. Yung isa sa mga members, si Soren 2-pack, and si Mingwin, humarap siya dito doon sa may Lancelot and sadly, wala na siyang Ratio Umbrella Flea or any way to get out of that predicament kaya tutumba siya dito kay Kimi. At gusto ko yung sinabi mo doon, Naisu, na parang scattered yung shot call na pinapakita dito na side ng G Esports Pro. And dito mo makikita na sa MLBB ngayon kung gaano ka-importante yung formation na yon sa pag-take ng objectives. It's very delicate, it's very fragile that pagka na-break lang yung isa doon, yung isang member doon, everything goes downhill.
Grabe. Another objective is going to be secured here for Elite Esports. They're still going to be fighting it out though.
And Kimi, hindi na siya makagamit ng puncture. And nakikita mo naman yung amount of control. Nice, so these are heroes na nakakapag-dash in and dash out at will. Pero with the control that they're putting on, parang walang dash yung mga kinakalaban nila.
And at least, I mean, given the situation here for G Esports Pro, at least may turret na. May turret controlled sa bottom lane. They got the tier 1. And as long as you protect Bond's cutie, best case scenario.
And kailangan nga ba protektahan dito si Bonds? Pero, alam mo, Naisu, ang nakakatakot naman dito para kasi kay Bonds, it only takes one hook eh.
No, they were just like that, another hook.
Ganyang klaseng mga hook lang yung kailangan gawin. It doesn't take a rocket scientist to make this count or make sense. Diba? Parang you just need that one hook, then it's done.
Oh, grabe. They're still going to be going here. Putting pressure, tier 1, looking to push this turret.
Kasi napapa-English conference talaga tayo dito. Maraming salamat sa'yo, Travis Scott. Sige, mga asar ka pa. Mamaya, pa nag-analyst ka, ako bahala sa'yo. Yan, Travis Scott, okay. Man, promise. Tama yung sinabi mo doon, Naisu.
Ano yan?
Hook lang ang katapat.
Oh!
Ayan, narapit ko.
Meron yung isa.
Nakakainis.
As soon as I say it, pero that's the reality, that's the truth. Anytime may Franco, yung play mo is Iron Hook. Pag walang Iron Hook, okay, at least I have Flicker Bloody Hunt combination. Pero buti naman for Biggs, he's landing majority of the hooks.
And actually, ang nakakatakot mo sa Franco dito, hindi lang basta hook yun eh. Tama yung sinabi mo, madami siyang option. Meron nga din Iron Hook, tapos Flicker palayo eh. Diba? So, ang daming options na meron, yung mga next level plays na pwede mong gawin. So, parang dumarating sa point na ano nga ba yung kailangan ko i-expect. Pero si Kimi dito sinubukan lumaban. Pero Andoryu at level 11. Ang hirap labanan sa retry battle nun. Kumbaga, ang dami na dapat na factors na kailangan mo pa iba to. Pero wala kasi yung burst biglaan factor dito, yung side ng G Esports Pro eh. They only have that Valentina. And it seems to me na yung Valentina na yan is really being countered. Although hindi ganun kataas yung deaths niya, nakakuha siya ng kills. Pero yung options niya for that ultimate steal, nalilimit ng sobra.
Limited siya. Oh, sobrang limited yung options for Pit here. And that's actually what we talked about during the draft, diba? And you can see, again, the pressure dito sa like Migs, the fact that he's just able to be his own sort of pressure. No, that's going to be a killing spree over here for Minquid. By the way, he took the orange buff kanina. He actually took it, so now he's even more of a threat. And that's why you see this tier 2 turret pressure that right now G Esports Pro is having a hard time really kind of sticking with and defending, while Elite Esports, they're just going to continue to get turret after turret, objective after objective. Because right now, Lord is still 40 seconds away. So they're getting as much map space control as possible here.
And ngayon G Esports Pro, kailangan nilang patigilin yung pagdudugo dito. Kailangan nilang makontesto. And sa totoo lang, Naisu, I haven't seen a Numinon Blast.
Yeah.
A Numinon Blast attempt in the first 8 minutes of this game. Wala pa ako nakikita. Parang, sinacharge up mo pa lang, may problema ka, wala na. Hindi na siya nagmamatter. Kasi ganun kabilis yung nangyayari. And sa totoo lang, Naisu, parang wala pang teamfight na nagaganap. Ang nangyayari pa lang dito, isang hook, isang member na nawala, tapos na.
Oh, kasi that's all that Elite Esports needs. Diba? And the pretty much the factor na walang Numina Blast initiation. Kasi even if you land the Numina Blast, what's gonna happen after that? May follow-up. There's no damage yet for G Esports Pro. They need more time here, but they might find... They do find Dr. Insanity, but split, gonna keep him alive. Meanwhile, Lord is going to be secured here by Elite. But at least on the bottom lane, may konting pressure from Vin. Right, to push that in.
Ito yung sinasabi mo kanina, Naisu. This is the pressure na nabibigay ng Benedetta. This is the value na meron ng Benedetta. It's one of those heroes that can split push and make it to a Lord fight na mabilis lang. That's the one advantage that that the Benedetta has, the hero has. Kaso ang problema, it doesn't really mean that you're going to win that Lord fight.
Or even the game.
Or even the game, diba? So, parang, mga Benedetta kasi ngayon, let's go for an item check. Tingnan natin yung item sa Benedetta. Pakiramdam ko, item, direct, item check.
Item check.
Oh, alam ko ano to eh. Alam ko ano to eh, hindi damage Benedetta to eh, tank Benedetta. Yung mga ganito pero...
Yeah. Deleted yun.
Si Soren Tupac na bigyan. Yung flicker niya, nagamit niya agad. Meron bang Luminant Blast na magagamit? Nagamit niya pero na-cancel agad. Ganon kabilis ang mga pangyayari. Si Kimi, susubukan niya makaalis at gumawa siya, nag-drawing siya doon. Hinahabol niya si Seiji. And Kimi will go down in the process. Oh my goodness. 2 miyembro na lang ang natitira para sa side ng GE Sports Pro. Nilalaro sila dito ng side ng Elite Esports.
Ito kasi, at this point, Butters, what you're really seeing is yung disparity ng gold. 10K gold lead for Elite Esports here, and it shows in the damage, the survivability. And GE Sports Pro trying to hold on. They're going to lose their first inhibitor turret in the mid lane here. They're still trying to hold on to top and bottom. But Elite Esports, that's not going to be a hook landed here, but they're still pressing the situation.
Pero ngayon Andoryu, mababa ang kanyang buhay. Yung Melissa, nagawa yung kanyang trabaho, which means mababapush back ng onti dito si Andoryu. Direct item check tayo. Pakita na natin yung mga items. Ayan. So, nakikita naman natin na meron ng Guardian Helmet yung si Andoryu. So, unless i-take down nyo siya, it doesn't really matter. Lalabas lang siya ng onte.
Yep.
Then, to just regen, tapos okay na siya. Pero yung Benedetta, naka-bloodlust axe siya.
Oh, may bloodless axe, may dominance eyes.
Mag-Counter-Strike ba to? Or, I think Counter-Strike na yung next neto eh. Or Malefic Roar.
Feeling ko Hunter Strike. Kasi, I mean, still, they can find pick-off. That's what they're looking for. Diba? Like, you're just wondering if GE Sports Pro can pull it off. Kasi if they're overextended like this, they will get sandwiched in. I mean, look at the placement for Elite Esports now. They're going for it.
Na si Bons. Nabigyan dito si Bons. Si Bons yung naiwan. Tumakbo sila ng nauna si Kimi. Oh! Nahuli pa! Grabe naman to. Palong-palo mag-hook.
Hook City.
Migs.
Hook City.
Migs Hook City.
Oh. Money didn't land that one, but they're actually going to press it in more.
Oh my God. Grabe yung ginawa dito ng Elite Esports sa GE Sports Pro. Parang pinakitaan lang sila ng onting pag-asa dito na makabawi sila. Pero ngayon, ginagamit ng Elite Esports Pro talaga yung kanilang capability to actually stomp on people. And yun yung ginagawa nila ng GE Sports Pro. I'm not saying na pangit yung ginagawa ng GE Sports Pro, pero you can see the difference between these two teams. Kumbaga, yung Elite, parang mas streamline lahat ng ginagawa nila. Parang everything they do, it makes sense.
Not only yung goal difference ba, like what I was mentioning kanina, pero yung placement, yung positioning. There's an apparent difference here with Elite Esports. Kasi GE Sports Pro, they were looking for a possible pick-off. Pero what ended up happening is out of position sila. And then that resulted into what, 3-4 members being taken down. Now another Lord is taken here at the almost the 14-minute mark. So in a situation like this, GE Sports Pro massively behind sa gold. How can you defend this successfully against Elite Esports, especially at the same time you're dodging hooks? You have to dodge these hooks and defend this.
Hindi sila kasing galing mag-clear. Katulad nung lineup nila kanina, may Lilia, Farsa, Melissa. Hindi na ito yung ganong klaseng lineup. Kailangan nila i-face head-on itong mga members ng side ng Elite Esports kung gusto nilang matapos to. Soren Tupac, pinaglalaroan dito ni Andoryu at si Kimi ay nabigyan. One more hit could do the trick, and Vin will go down. Luminant Blast, nagamit na rin. Nahuli nila si Beatrix. And that's going to be a huge pick-off para sa side ng GE Sports Pro. Insanity catching two. Mingguin coming in. Burst down.
Mingguin.
Yun ang pinapakita nila, and sila Andoryu will go for the jugular. Tatapusin nila etong game na ito. And that is a sweep, Naizo.
You see, we talked about this a draft. If you don't have something when the Beatrix goes down, you're going to be in a bad position. But at that time, for Elite Esports, they had Mingguin. That was Mingguin's moment there, diba? Yes, Beatrix is taken out. You don't have that available anymore. Perfect positioning to come in with the Yin Yang Overturn. The Yin Yang Overturn, the burst was there. Maganda yung ending there for... And at the same time, you can't deny the fact that dominant game, very dominant game here, even from game 1 to this one, this series basically.
Yeah. And there's a reason then kung bakit hindi nagaano pinipili yung Valentina ngayon because of the nerfs that happened to that hero. Kasi nga, dati kasi si Valentina, kapag pinili mo siya with or without good ultimates to steal, yung kit niya na first skill, second skill, yung dash, pati yung burst, it deals a significant amount of damage. So, it makes sense na kahit walang hero na maganda yung ultimate, you can actually make it work.
Yeah, you can make it work.
Pero ngayon kasi, para sa akin, si Valentina, yung setup kind of draft na kailangan mong i-set up lahat na meron ka dapat ganito para maging sulit yung Valentina, meron ka dapat na ganyan. Parang it's not worthy of a first pick.
Yung first pick.
Yeah. Diba? So parang they have to go back to the drawing board. Kailangan nila ayusin dito yung kanilang drafting patterns kasi I think Valentina on the first pick, unless meron Faramis, parang medyo outdated talaga.
Yeah, I think it's a tough situation there, but a great dominating series. We're gonna have what do you like to call him, Mr. Travis Scott?
Mr. Travis Scott, the hype beast, the sneaker man, the sneaker fever.
Sneaker fever.
OSX Cantero.
Thank you so much, Mark Adrian Gison, our rocket scientist ngayong RMC Season 7, kasama si Elon Musk na si JC Resobek. Ang laban na to ay hindi na kinailangan ng iba't ibang formula kung paano manalo, kundi Elite Esports ang nagkaroon ng magandang way in finishing game number 2. Paano nga ba sila nagkaroon ng lakas or even an edge sa drafting pa lang? At kung babalikan natin, ang naging problema dito sa side ng kabilang team is it's all about the draft. It's all about how they wanted to execute it. We believe that the other team or ang G Esports Pro has their own flavor. But on the side of Elite Esports, kanina pa namin nakita to on the first game of the day. Match made in heaven, damage made with this lineup is with the Beatrix and the Franco. Sasamahan mo pa ng isang glue, may hirapan ang marksman even makasilip or even to give away of putting themselves on a greater possible damage sa lineup ng Elite Esports Pro. You can see nakuha nila yung Melissa, nakuha nila yung Edith, nakuha nila yung Benedetta. It was a way of like, may escape, may split push, at merong kumbaga pang paiwas sa mga possible threats ng Elite Esports. Although the first pick of the Valentina made a huge difference for Elite Esports to continue their draft, it was all about how they would build around the Valentina. Sa nakita natin, it's always about Mingwin, 7-1-11 KDA. We're seeing the standard build, and this is how you wanted the Kagura to have a good way of snowballing into a mage burst hero na kung saan kaya nila ma-reach ang backline. One big problem sa Melissa is how would you even penetrate the defenses of a Melissa na merong go away, na merong ultimate at merong ding Lolita. Soren Tupac had so many deaths na kailangan niyang protektahan ng kanilang teammates para hindi masyado magkaroon ng ganong kataas na kalamangan ang Elite Esports in terms of damage, gold, and items. Going back in the game, 3 minutes, the first turtle of this fight was all about getting the right pickoffs, the right targets ng Elite Esports. They have the glue, they have the Franco, and how would you deal better in getting one isolation pickoff is to take all the ultimates to the vital possible damage dealers ng late game ng G Esports Pro. And it goes on and on and on na talagang hindi mo na nakahinga kahit konti ang G Esports to even see kung paano mo nga ba maka-counter ang damage ng isang Beatrix. Yes, you have the Benedetta. In a way na ang XP laners was trying to think na I can go for a split push, I can go for a way of like pwede ma-distract yung kalaban. Ang naging problema din nila dito is the rotation of the Beatrix and the Fredrin na hindi man lang nagkaroon masyado, hindi nga namatay masyado in terms of getting those in the first 15 minutes of this game was all about being a utility na talagang na hila na yung mga kasama niya in crossing the bridge into this minute once the base was so open for Elite Esports. On this end, they were trying to hold, they were trying to soak up the defenses hanggang napaabot nila into 14 minutes. The big problem of G Esports Pro, yes, you can get the ultimate, kaso kailangan mo na isang magandang follow-up to even counter the damage of Elite Esports na talagang kailangan mo tapatan. You need to target the Kagura, you can't even target, or you don't have a better catch for the Kagura, but more so, their eyes was on the Beatrix na nakuha nila sa replay na to. It was all about taking out the Beatrix. It's all about taking out the high damage players Elite Esports na kaya nilang madepensan sana yung base. 14 minutes, half HP yung base, and they were trying to hold. But the main problem is, 4 members were present sa side ng Elite Esports na nahirapan ang team na to para madepensahan. Hindi man nagkaroon ng pagkakataon ng team na para magkaroon ng way of holding the line. Andoryu was the biggest factor of this game with a 5-0 and 13 KDA na talaga nakapagbigay ng magandang pace sa team at nakapag-ikot ng mas malawak sa bawat camp ng kalaban ngayon. So it's still Elite Esports. The third, tama ba? It's the third sweep of this day. Talagang fourth? Tama ba? Fourth or third? Fourth game, and we're still a sweep again. The first was a default, but now continuing on to the games of the day, it was all a sweep. Talagang habang natatapos ang ating RMC Season 7, talagang humihigpit at mas lumalawak pa ang mga kayahan ng mga teams to pull off a better way of executing and gaining their points on top of the charts. So ngayon, ladies and gentlemen, we're heading on for the next matches of the day. So right now mga ka-squad, hold on to your horses habang pinapanood natin ang bawat laban ngayon. Don't forget also to share the stream and also follow the mechanics on the pinned comment section para tuloy-tuloy ang pagbigay ng mga giveaways ni Realme. So right now, we're heading on for the next match, and after this, or at this moment, we're gonna have a quick break para tuloy-tuloy ang laban dito lang sa RMC Season 7.
Realme 10 Pro Series 5G. Display new vision.
On this morning's weather forecast, get ready for some wondrous sun showers. Have a magical day.
Realme 10 Pro 5G. Display new vision. Realme, dare to leap. Realme 10 Pro Series 5G. Display new vision.
On this morning's weather forecast, get ready for some wondrous sun showers. Have a magical day.
Realme 10 Pro 5G. Display new vision. Realme, dare to leap. Realme 10 Pro Series 5G. Display new vision.
On this morning's weather forecast, get ready for some wondrous sun showers. Have a magical day.
Realme 10 Pro 5G. Display new vision. Realme, dare to leap. Realme 10 Pro Series 5G. Display new vision.
On this morning's weather forecast, get ready for some wondrous sun showers. Have a magical day.
Realme 10 Pro 5G. Display new vision. Realme, dare to leap. Realme 10 Pro Series 5G. Display new vision.
On this morning's weather forecast, get ready for some wondrous sun showers. Have a magical day.
Realme 10 Pro 5G. Display new vision. Realme, dare to leap. Realme 10 Pro Series 5G. Display new vision.
On this morning's weather forecast, get ready for some wondrous sun showers. Have a magical day.
Realme 10 Pro 5G. Display new vision. Realme, dare to leap. Realme 10 Pro Series 5G. Display new vision.
On this morning's weather forecast, get ready for some wondrous sun showers. Have a magical day.
Realme 10 Pro 5G. Display new vision. Realme, dare to leap. Realme 10 Pro Series 5G. Display new vision.
On this morning's weather forecast, get ready for some wondrous sun showers. Have a magical day.
Realme 10 Pro 5G. Display new vision. Realme, dare to leap. Realme 10 Pro Series 5G. Display new vision.
On this morning's weather forecast, get ready for some wondrous sun showers. Have a magical day.
Realme 10 Pro 5G. Display new vision. Realme, dare to leap. Realme 10 Pro Series 5G. Display new vision.
On this morning's weather forecast, get ready for some wondrous sun showers. Have a magical day.
Realme 10 Pro 5G. Display new vision. Realme, dare to leap. Realme 10 Pro Series 5G. Display new vision.
On this morning's weather forecast, get ready for some wondrous sun showers. Have a magical day.
Realme 10 Pro 5G. Display new vision. Realme, dare to leap. Realme 10 Pro Series 5G. Display new vision.
On this morning's weather forecast, get ready for some wondrous sun showers. Have a magical day.
Realme 10 Pro 5G. Display new vision. Realme, dare to leap. Realme 10 Pro Series 5G. Display new vision. Realme 10 Pro 5G. Display new vision. Realme, dare to leap. Realme 10 Pro Series 5G. Display new vision. Realme 10 Pro 5G. Display new vision. Realme, dare to lead.
I know. Welcome back to Where Legends Are Born. RMC Season 10. Why are you? My name is Nice, and with me is OSX and the gang. Welcome to the couch. Thank you for holding the mic, by the way.
RMC Season 7 would like to thank Logitech G, the global leader in providing high-quality gaming gears, gaming mouse, keyboard, and headsets. Check out their official stores in Lazada and Shopee. Get yours now. #keep playing.
Are you looking for quality esports jerseys and apparels? Check out Hybrid Philippines. High quality jerseys, on-time delivery, and with no minimum order. Panther Gaming, your reliable gaming chair ally. That's what we talked about kanina.
Sa mga ka-squad na nanonood ngayon, when you share all the RMC Season 7 live streams with the #RMC Season 7, we make legends and dare to leap up until the grand finals. You can get a chance to win a smartphone or MLBB Dias. O, diba? Nanonood ka lang at umaantabay ka lang, may chance ka pa magkaroon ng papremyo. Just make sure to follow Realme Philippines and make sure that your post is set to public.
Now, as much as we are looking forward to the final match between AP Esports and Lazy Idols, due to circumstances, Lazy Idols unfortunately will be disqualified for this match, which means that the 3 points will be automatically going to AP Esports.
Yes, but that is okay. Since we still have Week 7 to look forward to, madami pa tayong aabangan. So, balikan muna natin ang mga nangyari ngayong araw. Starting with Series 2, syempre, number 1 kanina by default. Una nag-cast si, tama ba?
Right here.
Rockhart and Naisu. Kamusta ka? We have Burrito coming in. Yeah. First cast, Burrito galing sa California, ikaw galing sa Cebu.
Actually, good point. I did come from Cebu, recently, but it's my first time here for RMC, and it's been a heck of a time. It's been a thrill. We did a little bit of. I feel like I brought out some of the English here for you guys. Sana okay kayo lahat. But also, by the way, we talked about this. Butters had me bring out some Tagalog during my casting, a little more than what I've done previously. Salamat, by the way. Thank you.
Salamat. Kulang pa.
Ano?
Sabi ko lang sa Tagalog ni Naisu is galing-galing, man.
Galing-galing. Galing-galing.
Galing-galing.
Yeah, and you don't have to be a rocket scientist,
Yeah, that's one thing na natutunan namin ngayong araw na sa mga draft, hindi nyo kailangan na maging ayun. Hellcurt Ultimate. Hellcurt. Dark Knight Falls.
Dark Knight
Okay. A lot of stuff happened today. 2 teams have been, disqualified, as I said. So going back to going back on what happened today,
You don't need to be a rocket scientist or be Elon Musk, sabi ni Butters. Dahil ang ating mechanics ngayon getting tough with the leaderboards. Like right now, see Z for Pegaxy is rising up to everything.
Yeah, they're dominant, man. And so I was telling Butters and Rockhart earlier when I was casting with them, you know, just as a viewer for the past like 5 weeks or so, I've been watching that a lot, and it's always fun watching RMC, but being able to cast it now finally here with you guys has been amazing. And I can't wait to watch the rest because, again, you and Sona, season 6, like I mentioned, invited me to the venue last season.
Right.
That was my first like experience of RMC. So now that I get to be a part of it, it's very exciting, and I thank you, and I thank the RMC team and everybody else.
Libre.
Oh, Hellcard!
Play.
Hindi, pero bakit ang sabi ni Naisu, watch? Bakit hindi mag-cast ng games next time?
Saan?
Sabi mo, watch lang eh. I'll be watching the games. Bakit hindi ka na mag-cast mismo ng games? Nagtagalog ka ni.
Mahirap.
Ha? Hindi mahirap yan.
Gusto mo Taglish?
Sige.
Taglish? Taglish ko.
Taglish mo. Next time, pag nag-cast tayo, ikaw yung play-by-play.
Nako. Hindi ko kaya.
Full Tagalog.
Hindi ko kaya yan.
Full Tagalog. Pero yun, tama yung mga sinabi ng mga casters. Si Pegaxy, napakalakas. Yung nakast namin ni Naiso, paramdam ko it's about the teams getting familiar with the draft patterns na ginagawa. Some of the teams makikita mo na gets na nila kung paano tumatakbo yung meta natin. Some of the teams medyo outdated pa yung kanilang galaw, but surely for week 7 paramdam ko kaya naman nilang bawiin eh. Kumbaga it's a trial and error thing lagi, lalong-lalo na sa mga ganitong klaseng laro.
And mga panibagong flavors na nakita natin. For example,
Anong flavor?
the Lilia flavor. Lilia XP lane na pinagana ng DDD Mookings. But ube. Kasi violent si Lilia. Pero yun, going back, nakita natin may mga heroes na gumagana, may mga heroes na hindi. And basically pagdating ng week 7 and week 8 feeling ko, doon na makikita natin kung sino ba talaga yung makakapag-advance sa playoffs, di ba? Ba't may palakpak?
Palakpak. May last message ka?
No, I'm good. Yeah.
Okay.
Good luck, teams.
Good luck, teams. Well, you know, by the way, a very special friend is asking for a shout out there. We have to go ahead and shout out our dear friend,
Kaisam Ives Nopueto.
We love you. Now, everybody else definitely, and with that, this concludes our 6th week for the RMC Season 7. We'll see you all tomorrow. Have a great night. Take care. Ingat kayo. We all love you. Mahal kita.
Holy Land!
Holy Land! Holy Land!
Realme 10 Pro Series 5G. Display new vision. Realme 10 Pro 5G. Display new vision. Realme, dare to leap. Realme 10 Pro Series 5G. Display new vision. Realme 10 Pro 5G. Display new vision. Realme, dare to leap. Realme 10 Pro Series 5G. Display new vision. Realme 10 Pro 5G. Display new vision. Realme, dare to leap.